Purgatorio 1. Introduction to the Purgatorio. The shore of the island of Purgatory. Cato. To run o'er better water hoists her sails, the little vessel of my genius now, which leaves behind her such a cruel sea. And of that second realm I'll sing, wherein the human spirit purifies itself, and groweth worthy to ascend to heaven. But here let poetry arise from death, since, holy muses, yours I am, and let Calliope, here somewhat higher soaring, with those sweet tones accompany my song, whose power the miserable magpies felt so keenly that of pardon they despaired. The oriental sapphire's tender hue, now gathering in the sky's unclouded face, as far as to the first of circles pure, began again to give mine eyes delight, when forth I issued from the deadly air, which with its gloom had filled mine eyes and heart. The beauteous planet, which incites to love, veiling with light the fishes in her train, was causing all the eastern sky to laugh. Round to the right I turned, and set my mind upon the other pole, and saw 4 stars, never perceived, save by the first of men. The sky appeared to enjoy their little flames. O region of the north, that widowed art, because deprived of gazing thereupon! When I had from the sight of them withdrawn, turning a little toward the other pole, whence now the wane had wholly disappeared, a lone old man beside me I perceived, deserving of such reverence in his looks, that no son owes his father any more. Long was the beard he wore, and partly white, as likewise was the hair upon his head, 2 locks of which hung down upon his breast. And so the rays of those 4 holy stars adorned his face with splendour, that to me he looked as if the sun were facing him. Who then are ye that gainst the blind streams have from the eternal prison escaped? He said, moving the while those venerable locks. Who led you, or what served you as a lamp, when forth ye issued from the night profound, which makes the infernal veil for ever black? Are broken thus the laws of hell's abyss, or through new counsel is there change in heaven, that ye, though damned, are come to these my clefts? My leader thereupon took hold of me, and with his words, and with his hands and signs, imposed respect upon my legs and brow. He then replied, I came not of myself. From heaven came down a lady, at whose prayer I helped this man with my companionship. But since thy will it is that our true state should be explained to thee more clearly, mine it cannot be that this should be denied thee. Not yet hath this man his last evening seen, but through his folly was so near to it, that he was left but very little time. As I have told thee, I was sent to save his life, nor was there any other way than this, to which I have addressed myself. I've shown him all the people who are guilty, and now I mean those spirits to reveal, who 'neath thy jurisdiction cleanse themselves. Long would it take to tell thee how I led him. Virtue descendeth from on high, which helps me lead him to see thee and to hear thee speak. His coming, therefore, pleased to welcome. Freedom he seeks, which is so dear, as knoweth he who gives up life therefor. This thou dost know, since death for its sake was not bitter to thee in Utica, where thou didst leave the robe, which on the great day will so brightly shine. The eternal edicts are not void to us, for this man lives, and I'm not bound by Minos, but of that circle am, wherein the eyes of thy chaste Marcia are, O holy breast, whose looks implore thee still to hold her thine. For love of her then, yield thee unto us. Permit us through thy 7 domains to go. My grateful praise of thee I'll bear to her, if to be mentioned there below thou deign. Marcia, so pleased mine eyes, he then replied, that while upon the other side I was, I granted all the favours she desired. Now that she dwells beyond the evil stream, no longer can she move me, by the law made at the moment when I issued thence. But if a lady of heaven impel and guide thee, as thou hast said, no need of flattering prayers. Suffice it thee that for her sake thou ask. Go then, and see that with a leafless rush thou gird this man, and that thou wash his face, so that therefrom all foulness thou remove. For 'twere not fit he went, with eyes o'ercast by any mist, before the first of those who serve as ministers of paradise. This little isle, around its lowest base, down yonder where the waves are beating it, produces rushes on its yielding ooze. No other plant, like one that brought forth leaves, or hardened, can maintain its life down there, because it yields not when receiving blows. Thereafter be not hither your return. The sun, which rises now, will show you how to climb the mountain by the easiest slope. Thereat he disappeared, and I arose without a word, and to my leader's side I closely drew, and toward him turned mine eyes, and he began, Son, follow thou my steps. Let us turn backward, for the shore slopes down on this side toward its lowly boundaries. The dawn was vanquishing the morning breeze which fled before it, so that from afar I recognized the shimmering of the sea. We now were going o'er the lonely plain, as one who to a road he lost returns, until he find it, seems to go in vain. When we were there, where with the sun the dew still struggles on, through being in a place where, for the breeze, it slowly melts away, my teacher, having spread out both his hands, rested them gently on the tender grass, whence I, who of his purpose was aware, yielded to him the cheeks my tears had stained. He then brought all that natural colour back, which hell had on my countenance concealed. We came thereafter to that lonely shore, which never saw its waters sailed by one who afterward expected a return. Here, as the other pleased, he girded me. O wondrous sight! For like the humble plant which he had chosen, another instantly sprang forth again from where he tore the first. Purgatorio 2. The shore of the island of Purgatory, the angel pilot, and arriving souls. And now already had the sun arrived at that horizon whose meridian circle rests with its zenith o'er Jerusalem, and night, which circles opposite thereto, was issuing from the Ganges with the scales, which when she gains are falling from her hands, so that the white and pure vermilion cheeks of beautiful Aurora where I was were turning orange through excessive age. Along the seaside we were lingering still, like folk who, taking thought about their road, go on in heart, but with their body stay. When lo, as at the approach of morning, Mars, because of heavy vapours groweth red, down in the west above the ocean's floor. Even so I saw, may I again behold it, a light which o'er the sea so swiftly moved, that no flight is as rapid as its motion, from which, when I a moment had withdrawn mine eyes to ask a question of my leader, again I saw it grown more bright and large. And on each side of it there then appeared, I knew not what white thing, and underneath, little by little, came another forth. Meanwhile my teacher uttered not a word, until the first white objects looked like wings. Then, having recognized the pilot well, he cried, See it now that thou bend thy knees. This is God's angel, fold thy hands. Henceforth shalt thou behold such officers as this. See how he so scorns human instruments, as to wish neither oar nor other sail than his own wings between such distant shores. See how he holds them straight up toward the sky, stroking the air with those eternal plumes, which do not moult as mortal feathers do. And then, as more and more the bird divine drew near to us, the brighter he appeared. Therefore mine eyes endured him not nearby, but down I cast them. With a little boat he came ashore, so agile and so light, the water swallowed up no part of it. Such on its stern the heavenly pilot stood, that he would bless one were he but descried. More than 100 spirits sat with him. When Israel out of Egypt came, they all in unison were singing there together, with what is written after in that psalm. Then, having signed them with the holy cross, whereat all cast themselves upon the shore, he went away as swiftly as he came. The crowd which stayed seemed strangers to the place, and gazed around them there, as doth a man who with unwonted things acquaints himself. The sun, which from the middle of the sky had hunted Capricorn with arrows bright, was shooting forth the day on every side, when those new people raised their brows towards us, and said, If ye know how, point out to us the road that one should take to reach the mount. And Virgil answered, Ye perchance believe that we have had experience of this place, but we are pilgrim strangers like yourselves. We came just now, a little while before you, but by another way, so rough and hard, that going up will now seem play to us. The souls who, by my breathing, had become aware that I was still a living being, in their astonishment turned death-like pale, and, as around a messenger who bears the olive, people surged to hear the news, and, as to crowding, none of them seemed shy, so one and all those fortune-favoured souls fixed on my face their gaze, as if forgetting to go and make their spirits beautiful. Then one among them I beheld advance in such a loving manner to embrace me, that it persuaded me to do the like. Oh, save in your appearance, empty shades! 3 times behind it did I clasp my hands, and to my breast therewith as oft returned. With wonder, I believe, I painted me. Smiling because of this, the shade drew back, while following after, I pressed further on. With gentle words he told me to desist. Then who it was I knew, and begged of him to stop a little while and speak with me. As thee I loved when in my mortal body, he answered me, even so when freed I love thee. Therefore I stop. But wherefore goest thou? Casella mine, said I take this journey, that where I am I may return again. But why from thee hath so much time been taken? And he to me, no outrage hath been done me, if he who takes both when and whom he likes hath more than once refused me passage here, for to a righteous will is his conformed. Yet peacefully these 3 months hath he taken whoever wished to enter into his boat. Hence I, who now was toward the seashore bent, where Tiber's water mingles with the salt, was with benignity received by him at yonder river's mouth, towards which his wings even now are turned, for those who go not down toward Acheron always assemble there. And I, if some new law take not from thee the memory of the practice of the song of love, which used to quiet all my longings, be pleased a little to console therewith my spirit, which because of coming here when in its body is so sore distressed. The love that talketh with me in my mind. He thereupon began to sing so sweetly that still within me is its sweetness heard. My teacher, I, and those that with him were, seemed as contented as if none of us had any other thing upon his mind. Absorbed in listening to his notes, we all were motionless, when lo, the grave old man, who cried, Ye laggard spirits, what is this? What means this negligence and standing still? Run to the mount, and strip ye off the slough, which lets not God be visible to you. Even as, when picking grains of wheat or tares, doves met together at their feeding, calm, and not displaying their accustomed pride, if anything appear that frightens them, all of a sudden leave their food alone, because assailed by greater cause for care. Even so I saw that new-come family give up the song, and toward the hillside move, like one who goes, but whither knoweth not, nor was in less haste our departure made. Purgatorio 3. Anti-Purgatory. The repentant who died excommunicated. Although their sudden flight had scattered them over the plain and turned them toward the mount, where justice probes us with its penalties, more closely to my faithful mate I drew. And how without him had I run my race, or who had drawn me up the mountain side? To me he seemed o'erwhelmed with self-reproach. O conscience, when both dignified and clear, how sharp a bite a slight fault is to thee! When once his feet had given up the haste which of their dignity deprives all acts, my mind, to one thought limited at first, enlarged its scope with eager interest now, and toward that mountain I addressed my gaze, which skyward rises highest from the sea. The sun, which back of us was flaming red, in front of me was broken in the shape wherein I lent its rays a resting place. I turned, and at my side I looked, afraid of having been abandoned, when I saw the ground was dark in front of me alone. When wholly turned, my comforter began, Why still distrustful? Dost thou not believe that I am with thee, and am guiding thee? 'Tis evening now, where buried lies the body wherein I cast a shadow. Naples now possesses it, from Brindisi 'twas taken. If then in front of me no shadow fall, marvel no more than at the heavenly spheres thou wouldst, which hinder not each other's rays. That power enables bodies such as mine to suffer torments both of heat and cold, which wills not that its ways be shown to us. Insane is he that hopes our human reason will ever travel o'er the boundless path, o'er which one substance in three persons moves. Be satisfied, O human race, with facts, for if ye could have seen the cause of all, no need had been for Mary to bear child, and ye've seen, vainly longing, men so great that their desire would else have been appeased, which given them is for an eternal grief. I speak of Aristotle and of Plato and many others. Here he bowed his head, and saying nothing more, remained disturbed. Meanwhile we had attained the mountain's foot, and there we found the rocky cliff so steep that legs would there be nimble all in vain. 'Tween Lerici and Turbia the loneliest and wildest path is, if compared with that, a safely climbed and easy flight of stairs. Now who knows on which side the hill so slopes? Then said my teacher, as he stayed his steps, that he who wingless goes can make the ascent. Meanwhile, as he was questioning his mind about the path, and held his face bowed down, and I was gazing upward round the cliff, upon my left a throng of souls appeared, who toward us moved their feet, yet did not seem to move, so slowly were they coming on. Teacher, said I, lift up thine eyes, behold on this side people who will give us counsel, if thou canst not obtain it from thyself. He then looked up, and with relief replied, Let us go toward them, for they slowly come, and thou, sweet son, be steadfast in thy hope. Those people were as yet as far away, after 1,000 of our steps, I mean, as a good thrower's hand would reach, when all pressed up against the lofty bank's hard mass, and stayed there still, and huddled up together, as when in doubt a walker stops to look. Virgil began, O ye, whose end was good, O now elected spirits, by the peace which I believe ye all look forward to, say where the mount so lies, that going up be possible for us, for loss of time to him who knoweth most is most displeasing. As from the fold young sheep are wont to come by ones and twos and threes, while timidly the others stay with downcast eyes and muzzle, and what the first one doth, so do the rest, all huddling up to her in case she stop, simple and quiet, nor yet knowing why. Even so the leader of that favoured flock I saw start forward then, and toward us come, modest in face and dignified in gait. When those who were in front the light beheld, so broken on the ground upon my right, that 'gainst the cliff a shadow fell from me, they stopped and backward drew a little way, and all the others coming on behind, not knowing why they did so, did the same. Without your asking, I affirm to you that this you see a human body is. Therefore the sun's light on the ground is broken. Be not surprised then, but believe that not without a power that cometh down from heaven is he attempting to surmount this wall. My teacher thus, those worthy people then, as with the back part of their hands they waved, said, Turn then, and ahead of us go in. And one of them began, Whoe'er thou art, as thus thou goest, turn thy face, recall if thou hast ever seen me in the world. toward him I turned, and on him fixed my gaze. Blond, handsome, and of noble mien he was, although an eyebrow by a blow was cut. When I had, with due modesty, disclaimed having e'er seen him there, he said, "Now see," and showed me high upon his breast a wound. Then with a smile he said, "Manfred am I, the grandson of the Empress Constance. Hence, I beg thee that on thy return thou go to my fair daughter, mother of the honour of Sicily and Aragon, and should aught else be told her, tell her thou the truth. After my body by 2 mortal stabs had been pierced through, in tears I gave myself to that one who forgiveth willingly. My sins were horrible indeed, and yet the goodness infinite hath arms so wide that it receiveth all who turn to it. And if Cosenza's pastor, who by Clement was sent to hunt me down, had then perused this page in God's book as he should have done, my body's bones would still be lying there, hard by the bridge's head, near Benevento, under the keeping of the heavy calm. Bathed by the rain, the wind now blows them round outside the kingdom, near the Verde's banks, whither he moved them with extinguished lights. Not by their cursing is eternal love so lost that it cannot return again as long as hope hath still a speck of green. 'Tis true that he that dieth in contempt of Holy Church, though at the very last he may repent, outside this mountain's bank must stay, for all the time that he hath been in his presumption 30 times as long, unless by good prayers shortened be this ban. See, now, if thou canst make me glad, by telling my good Costanza both where thou hast seen me and of this interdict, for one is here greatly advanced by those that are beyond. Purgatorio 4. Anti-Purgatory. The first ledge. Those who neglected repentance until death. Whene'er, because of pleasure or of pain, received by any faculty of ours, our soul is wholly centred thereupon, it seems to heed no other faculty, and this is gainst that wrong belief which holds that one soul in us or another burns. Therefore, when anything is heard or seen, which toward it holds the soul intently turned, time passes by, and one perceives it not, since one thing is the faculty which harks, and that which holdeth all the soul another. This last is bound, as 'twere the former free. Of this I real experience had, while hearing and wondering at that spirit, for the sun had climbed up 50 full degrees at least, though I had not perceived it, when we came to where those souls cried out to us together, "The place which you are asking for is here." Oft doth a farmer, when the grapes grow dark, close up a wider opening in a hedge with but a little forkful of his thorns, than was the entrance there, through which my leader and I behind him mounted all alone, when once the crowd had gone away from us. One climbs San Leo and descends to Noli, one wins the summit of Bismantova, helped solely by one's feet, but one up here would have to fly, with the swift wings, I mean, and plumes of great desire, behind the guide who gave me hope and furnished me with light. As up within the cloven rock we climbed, its walls on each side closely hemmed us in, while under us the ground both feet and hands required. When on the high cliff's upper edge we were, and out upon the open slope, which way, my teacher, shall we go? said I, and he to me, take thou no backward step, keep gaining ground behind me up the mount, until some guide who knows appears to us. So high the summit was that it surpassed our sight, and steeper farther slope than were a line from centre to mid-quadrant drawn. Weary was I when I began to speak. O gentle father, turn around and see how I remain alone unless thou stop. Draw thyself up, my son, as far as there, he said, and somewhat higher pointed out a ledge on that side, circling all the hill. His words so spurred me that I forced myself to crawl behind him on my hands and knees until the girding ledge was 'neath my feet. There both of us sat down and faced the east, whence we had made the ascent, for looking back upon a traversed course is wont to help. First to the shores below I turned mine eyes, then raised them to the sun, and was amazed that we were smitten by it on our left. Then raised them to the sun, and was amazed that we were smitten by it on our left. The poet well perceived that I was gazing dumbfounded at the chariot of the light, which now was rising between the north and us. If Castor, said he then to me, and Pollux were in the company of yonder mirror, which up and down in turn conducts its light, thou wouldst the zodiac's ruddy part behold, revolving still more closely to the bear's, unless it issued from its ancient path. If thou wouldst understand how this can be, collect thy thoughts within thee, and imagine both Zion and this mount so placed on earth that both of them one sole horizon have, and different hemispheres, and thou wilt see how that the road which Phaeton could not take, alas for him, must pass this mount on one, while passing that one on the other side, if thine intelligence but clearly heed. Surely, my teacher, never have I seen, said I, as clearly as I now perceive, where once my mind appeared to be at fault, how the mid-circle of supernal motion, which in a certain art is called equator, and between the sun and winter stays, lies toward the north, for reasons given by thee, as far on this side as the Hebrew people ever beheld it toward the heated parts. But if it please thee, I would gladly know how far we have to go, because the mount higher ascends than eyes of mine can rise. Such is this mountain, said he then to me, that always hard to climb at first below, it pains one less the higher one ascends. Hence, when so pleasant to thee it shall seem, that going up shall be to thee as easy as floating with the current in a boat, thou then shalt have attained the pathway's end. Hope there to rest thee from thy breathless toil. No more I answer, this I know for truth. When he had ended what he had to say, the voice of one nearby cried out, Perhaps, ere that shall happen, thou wilt need to sit. On hearing this, we both of us turned round, and saw a massive boulder on our left, which neither I nor he had seen before. Thither we drew, and there some persons were, who lingered in the shade behind the rock, as one is wont to do, through indolence. And one of them, who weary seemed to me, was sitting with his arms around his knees, and down between the latter held his face. O my sweet lord, said I then, turn thine eyes on yonder man, who shows himself to be more lazy than if sloth his sister were. Then, turning round toward us, and giving heed, he moved his face no more than o'er his thigh, and said, Go up now, thou that active art? I then knew who it was, nor did the strain, which quickened still my breath a little, hinder my going to him. Yet when at his side I was, he barely raised his head, and said, Hast thou at last seen why it is the sun driveth his car o'er thy left shoulder here? His lazy actions and his few short words impelled my lips to smile a little. Then, Belacqua, I began, I grieve for thee no more. But tell me why thou sittest here. Art waiting for a guide, or hast thou now merely resumed thy customary mood? And he, What, brother, is the use of climbing? The bird of God, who at the gate is seated, would not allow me to approach the pangs. The sky must first turn round me here outside, as long as ever in my life it did, since I delayed good sighs until the end, unless before then I be helped by prayers arising from a heart that lives in grace. Of what avail are those unheard in heaven? But now the poet, climbing on ahead, was saying, Come now on with me. Thou seest that our meridian by the sun is touched, and that already from the Ganges banks night covers up Morocco with her feet. Purgatorio 5. Anti-purgatory, the second leg, the negligent who died by violence. Already had I parted from those shades, and in my leader's steps was following on, when one behind me, pointing with his finger, cried out, See, how the light seems not to shine upon the left side of that lower man, who seems to act like one that's still alive. Hearing this speech, I turned mine eyes, and saw that with astonishment they gazed at me alone, and at the broken light. Why is thy mind so sore perplexed? Then said my teacher, that thou slackest thy pace. What carest thou for what is whispered here? Follow thou me, and let the people talk. Firm as a tower remain, which never shakes its top, however hard the winds may blow. For from himself he ever turns his mark, in whom one thought wells up behind another, for each of them impairs the other's strength. What could I say in answer, save, I come? And this I said, tinged slightly with the colour which sometimes makes one worthy of forgiveness. Meanwhile, a little way ahead of us, some people crosswise o'er the slope were coming, singing the Miserere verse by verse. When they became aware that through my body I gave no passage to the rays of light, they changed their chant into a long hoarse "Oh!" and two of them, acting as messengers, ran out to meet us, and inquiring said, Cause us to know what kind of life is yours. My teacher answered, Ye may go your way, and unto those that sent you out report that real flesh this man's body is. And if, as I suppose, they stopped because they saw his shadow, they've been answered well enough. If they respect him, it may profit them. I never saw ignited vapours cleave at nightfall an unclouded sky, or break so rapidly from August clouds at sunset, that these returned not up in shorter time, and once there, with the rest they veered toward us, as would a troop that ran without a curb. These people who are crowding us are many, the poet said, and come to beg of thee. Therefore go on, and listen on thy way. O soul that goest to be glad, they cried, as on they came, with those limbs which thou hadst when thou wast born, a little stay thy steps. Recall, if thou hast e'er seen one of us, that yonder thou mayst carry news of him. Why, Pray, dost thou go on? Ah, why not stop? We all were slain of all by violence, and sinners were until our latest hour. Then light from heaven so caused us to beware that we, repentant and forgiving, issued from life at peace with God, who in our hearts stirs us with grievous longings to behold him. And I, howe'er I gaze upon your faces, none do I recognize, and yet if aught within my power can please you, well-born souls, ask it, and I will do it, by the peace which, following the feet of such a guide, hath now become my quest from world to world. And one began, each trusts in thy good help without an oath, provided lack of power cut not thy goodwill short. Hence I, who speak alone before the others, beg of thee, if e'er thou see the country which extends between Romagna and the land of Charles, be courteous to me with thy prayers infano, that supplications do be made for me, to help me purge away my grievous sins. It was from there I came, but those deep wounds, whence flowed the blood, wherein my life resided, were given me in the Antenore's lap, where I had trusted I should be most safe. The Lord of Este, who was angry with me beyond the bounds of justice, had it done. Yet toward Lamira had I only fled, when at Ariago I was overtaken. Still yonder would I be, where people breathe. Toward the lagoon I ran, whose reeds and mire so hampered me I fell, and there a pool formed from my veins I saw upon the ground. Then said another, so may that desire which draws thee to the lofty mount be granted with kindly pity. Prithee, help thou mine. I Montefeltro was, I am Buoncante. Giovanna cares not for me, nor do others. Hence among these I go with head bowed down. And I to him, what force was it, or chance, caused thee to stray so far from Campaldino, that never hath thy burial place been known? Oh, he replied, a river called Arciano flows crosswise at the Casentino's foot, and takes its rise among the Apennines above the hermitage. There, where its name is lost, I came, a fugitive on foot, pierced through the throat, and staining with my blood the plain. And there it was I lost my sight, and ended speech with Mary's name. And there I fell, and all alone my flesh remained. The truth I tell thou among the living. God's angel took me, while the one from hell cried out, why dost thou rob me, thou from heaven? Thou bearest hence this man's eternal part, because of one small tear which takes him from me. But I shall with the rest deal otherwise. Well knowest thou how damp vapours in the air, as soon as they ascend to where the cold affects them, into water change again. He joined that wicked will, which asks for naught but evil, with intelligence, and stirred the mists and wind by power his nature gave. The valley thereupon, when day was spent, he covered o'er with fog from Pratomagno up to the mountain chain, and made the sky so lowering o'er it that the pregnant air to water turned. The rain poured down, and what the soil absorbed not reached the rivulets. Then, having joined the torrent brooks, it rushed so swiftly toward the royal stream that naught could hold it back. The swift Arciano then, hard by its outlet, found my frozen body, and as it swept it on into the Arno, loosened the cross which with my arms I made upon my breast, when sorrow's pain o'erwhelmed me. Along its bank and bed it rolled me on, then covered me, and wrapped me with its spoils. Prithee, when to the world thou hast returned, and when from thy long journey thou art rested? After the second spirit, said the third, do thou remember me, who Pia am? Sienna made me, Maremma me unmade. He knoweth what this means, who previously had in betrothal ringed me with his gem. Purgatorio 6. Anti-Purgatory. The negligent who died by violence. Addressed to Italy and Florence. Whene'er a game of dice is broken up, the one who loses sorrowing stays behind, and learns how sadly he repents the throws, while with the other all the people leave. One goes before, one grasps him from behind, and at his side one asks to be remembered, and he stops not, but that one heeds, and this, the one whose hand he takes, no longer crowds, and from the throng he thus defends himself. E'en such as he was I in that dense crowd, for as I this and that way turned my face, and promised each, I freed myself therefrom. Here was the Aretine who met his death from Gin de Taco's cruel arms, and he who running madly in pursuit was drowned. Here Frederick Novello prayed with hands outstretched, and he of Pisa who induced worthy Marzucco to reveal his strength. Count also I beheld here, and the soul through spite and envy from its body parted, and not, so he maintained, through crime committed. Pierre de la Brosse I mean, and here, while still on earth, let Brabant's lady see to it, that 'mong the worst flock she be not for this. When I was free from each and all those shades, who only prayed that others pray for them, that their becoming holy might be sped. It seems that thou deniest, I began, O thou my light, expressly in a text, that prayer can cause a change in heaven's decrees, and yet these people only pray for this. Could it then be that this their hope is vain, or is thy saying not quite clear to me? And he to me, that which I wrote is clear, nor yet delusive is this people's hope, if it be looked at with a healthy mind. For justice stoops not from her lofty height, because love's ardour all at once fulfils what he who dwelleth here must satisfy. And there, where I decided on this point, the fault was not made good again by praying, because the prayer discordant was with God. Yet in so deep a doubt decide thou not, unless she bid thee do so, who a light shall be between thine intellect and truth. I know not if thou understand. I speak of Beatrice. Thou see her up above, smiling and happy, on this mountain's top. And I, let's go then, Lord, with greater haste, for now I grow not weary as before, and see, the hillside casts its shadow now. We shall go forward with this day, he answered, as long as we are able. But the case is otherwise than what thou deem'st it. Ere thou shalt be up there, thou him shalt see return, who now so shields him with the hill, that thou dost not compel his rays to break. But yonder see a soul who all alone is seated, and toward us is looking now. He will point out to us the quickest way. We came to him, O Lombard soul, how full of self-respect and noble scorn thou wast, and in the moving of thine eyes how slow and dignified. Naught did he say to us, but let us go our way, and only gazed, as would a couching lion in repose. Virgil, meanwhile, drew near to him, and begged that he would show to us the best ascent, and he to his request made no reply, but asked us of our country and condition, and my kind leader was with Mantua beginning, when the self-collected shade, from where he was, sprang up to meet him, saying, "O Mantuan, I'm so dolour of thy town," and each the other thereupon embraced. "Ah, Italy, thou slave, thou inn of woe, ship without pilot in a mighty storm, not queen of provinces, but house of shame. So instant ready was that noble soul, but at the sweet sound of his city's name, to welcome here his fellow citizen. And yet within thee now thy living sons are not exempt from war, and those one wall and moat enclose upon each other prey. All round thy coastline search its shores, poor wretch, and then within thy bosom look, and learn if any part of thee be blessed with peace. What boots it that Justinian rearrange thy bridle, if thy saddle vacant be? Had it not been for that, thy shame were less. And ye, ye that ought to be devout, and so let Caesar in his saddle sit, if well ye heeded God's advice to you, behold how wild this animal has grown, through being uncorrected by the spur, since you first set your hands upon her rein. O German Albert, thou that dost forsake this creature, now become untamed and wild, and oughtest to bestride her saddle bows, may some just judgment from the stars before thy blood, and may it so unheard of be and plain, that it may frighten thy successor. For, held by greed of lands outside its bounds, thou and thy father also have allowed the empire's garden to become a waste. Come, see the Montagues and Capulets, Monaldi and Philippi, careless man, already troubled those and these in dread. Come, come, thou cruel man, and see the oppression of thy nobility, and right their wrongs, and thou shalt see how safe is Sancta Fior. Come, see thy Rome, that widowed and alone is shedding tears, and day and night is calling. Why dost thou not, my Caesar, stay with me? Come, see the people, how they love each other, and if for us no pity move thy soul, come them, and shame thee for thine own renown. And if I be allowed, O Jove supreme, thou that for us wast crucified on earth, are thy just eyes, too, turned away elsewhere? Or in thy council's depths art thou in this, a preparation making for some good, from our perception utterly cut off? For all Italia's towns are full of tyrants, under Marcellus every churl is deemed, who comes to play a petty henchman's role. My Florence, well mayest thou be satisfied with this digression, which concerns thee not, thanks to thy people who look out for that. Many at heart are just, but slow to shoot, lest to the bow and counsel they should come. But thy folk on their lips alone are just. Many refuse to bear the common burden, but thy folk eagerly respond and cry, although uncalled, I'll load myself therewith. Be joyful then, since thou hast cause to be, thou that art rich, that peaceful art and wise. Whether I speak the truth, results conceal not. Athens and Lacedaemon, they that framed the ancient laws, and were so civilized in living well, made but a little mark compared with thee, that dost so carefully provide thee that thy fine October spinning as far as mid-November reaches not. How many times within thy memory hast thou changed laws and coinage, offices and customs, and thy membership renewed? And if thou well recall and face the light, thou'lt see thy likeness to a suffering woman, who on a feather bed can find no rest, but seeks, by tossing, to relieve her pain. Purgatorio 7. Anti-Purgatory. The Vale of Flowers. Princes intent on earthly glory. After the words of greeting, dignified and glad, had 3 and 4 times been repeated, Sordello, drawing back, said, "Who are ye? Or ever yet the spirits who deserve to rise to God were toward this man directed? My bones were buried by Octavian's order. Virgil am I, and through no other guilt did I lose heaven than through not having faith." 'Twas thus my leader thereupon replied, like one who sudden sees before him aught he wonders at, and, as he says, "It is," and "No, it's not," believes and disbelieves. Such did the former seem, and then his head he bowed, and humbly turning back to him, embraced him where inferior men take hold. "O glory of the Latins," said he then, "through whom O glory of the Latins," said he then, "through whom our language showed what it could do, eternal honour of my native town, what merit or what grace shows thee to me? Tell me if I deserve to hear thy words, if thou from hell art come, and from what cloister?" "Through all the circles of the woeful realm," he answered him, "have I come hither. Virtue from heaven impelled me, and therewith I come. 'Twas not for doing aught, but for not doing, I lost the sight of that exalted sun thou longest for, and which was known by me too late. There is a place below, not sad because of pain, but only gloom, where moans sound not as wailings, but are merely sighs. There with those little innocents I dwell, who, not delivered yet from human guilt, were bitten by the teeth of death, and there with those I dwell, who did not clothe themselves with the 3 holy virtues, but who knew the others without vice, and practised all. But give us, if thou know and can, some sign, whereby the sooner we may reach the place where purgatory hath its real beginning." "No fixed place is assigned us," he replied. "I may go upward and around. I'll join thee and be thy guide as far as I can go. But see already how the day declines, and one at night cannot ascend it. Hence, were well to think of some fair resting place. Here to the right are souls that dwell apart. If thou permit me, I will lead thee to them, and not without delight will they be known." "How, then, is this?" was answered. "Should one wish to mount by night, would some one hinder him? Or would one not ascend, through lack of power?" Then, with his finger, good Sordello marked the ground. "And see," he said, "when once the sun is gone, thou couldst not even cross this climb, though not because aught else than gloom of night would hinder one from climbing. That it is, puzzles the will with impotence. One could, however, downward go again therewith, and walking o'er the hillside, wander round, while still the horizon kept the day confined." My lord then said, as if in wonder lost, "Do thou then lead us thither, where thou saidst that one, while waiting, can enjoy himself." But little had we gone away from there, when I perceived the hill was hollowed out, as here on earth our hillside valleys are. Thither That shade said, "We'll betake ourselves, where of itself the hillside forms a lap, and there will we await the coming day." A winding path there was, nor steep nor level, which led us to a border of the dell, where more than half away the hillside falls. Gold and fine silver, scarlet and white lead, indigo blue, woods clear and shining brown, and green of emeralds when newly flaked, would each in hue be vanquished by the grass and flowers found growing in that bosom dell, as by the greater vanquished is the less. Nature not only had been painting there, but with the fragrance of 1,000 scents was making up a blend unknown on earth. Here, seated on the grass among the flowers, Salve Regina, singing, souls I saw, who for the dell could not be seen outside. Before the waning sunlight nests itself, began the Mantuan who had guided us. Desire me not to lead you among these. Much better from this border shall ye learn to know the acts and faces of them all, then greeted among them in the dale below. The one that sitteth highest up, and seems to have neglected what he should have done, and with his mouth joins not the others' songs, was Emperor Rudolph, he who might have healed the wounds that so have left Italia dead, that by another she reviveth late. He who appears to cheer him ruled the land where rise the waters which the Moldau gives the Elbe, and the Elbe gives the sea. Named Ottokar he was, in swaddling clothes, far better than his Wenceslaus his son, on whom a bearded man feed lust and ease. That small-nosed man, who close in counsel seems with him that hath so kind a countenance, died fleeing and disflowering the lily. Look at him yonder, how he smites his breast, and see the other one, who for his cheek hath, sighing, made a cushion of his hand. Father and father-in-law of France's bane, they know the latter's foul and vicious life. Hence comes the sorrow that so pierces them. The one who so large-limbed appears, and joins in song with him who hath the manly nose, was girded with the cord of every worth. And if the youth who seated is behind him had, following after him, remained as king, Worth would indeed have gone from vase to vase. Which of the other heirs cannot be said. The kingdoms James and Frederick hold, but none is owner of the better heritage. Seldom doth human righteousness ascend among the branches. This is willed by him who gives it, that of him it may be asked. My words concern the large-nosed man no less than the other, Peter, who is singing with him, whence both Apulia and Provence are grieved. That plant is as inferior to its seed, as of her husband Constance still vaunts more than Beatrice and Margaret do at theirs. Behold the king, known for his simple life, Henry of England, seated there alone. He in his branches better issue hath. He that among them lower on the ground is sitting and looks up is Marquis William, for whom both Alexandria and her war make Montferrat and Canavese weep. Purgatorio 8. Anti-Purgatory. The Veil of Flowers. Princes intent on earthly glory. The Serpent. 'Twas now the hour which homeward turns the longing, and melts the heart of those that sail the sea. the day they've said good-bye to tender friends, and thrills with love the pilgrim newly sped, if from afar he hear a tolling bell that seems to mourn the slowly dying day. When I began to render hearing vain, and of those souls watch one who risen up was asking for attention with his hand, he joined his palms, and raising them on high, turned toward the east his eyes with steadfast gaze, as if to God he said, I heed naught else. Ere daylight fadeth, issued from his mouth, with such devoutness and with note so sweet. I heed naught else. Ere daylight fadeth, issued from his mouth, with such devoutness and with note so sweet, that I was made unmindful of myself. Thereat the others, sweetly and devoutly, followed that soul, and sang the whole hymn through, fixing their gaze upon the spheres above. Sharpen thine eyes here, reader, for the truth, for now its veil is certainly so thin that easy is the passage into it. I saw that army of the gentle born gazing on high in silence after this, as if in expectation, pale and meek, and issuing from above and coming down, 2 angels with 2 fiery swords I saw, which broken off were of their points deprived. As green they were as little newborn leaves, and clothed with garments which behind them trailed, were stroked and fanned by verdant plumes. One came and poised somewhat above us, while the other alighted on the hillside opposite, so that the people there remained between. I well perceived that golden was their hair, but on their faces vision went astray, as would a power confounded by excess. From Mary's bosom both of them are come, Sordello said, to guard this sheltered vale against the serpent which will soon arrive. Hence I, who knew not by what path, turned round, chilled through with fear, and to the trusted shoulders drew closely back. Sordello thereupon began, and now among the mighty shades let us descend, and we will speak with them. Greatly will they be pleased to see you here. Only 3 steps, I think, did I go down, and was below. Then one I saw who looked at me alone, as if he wished to know me. The air had for some time been growing dark, but not so much as 'tween his eyes and mine, not to reveal what it concealed before. Toward me he came, and I toward him advanced. Noble Judge Nino, when I saw that not among the damned thou wast, how glad I was! No greetings fair were left unsaid between us, and then he asked, How long ago didst thou, o'er the far waters, reach the mountain's foot? Oh, I exclaimed, across the fields of woe I came this morn, and in the first life am, though by this going I'll the other win. When once my answer had been heard, Sordello and he drew back like people suddenly perplexed. The first to Virgil turned, the other to one who there was seated, crying out, Get up, comrade, come and see what God hath as a favour willed. Then turned toward me, By that rare gratitude thou owest him, who hides his primal why in such a way that there's no fording it. When thou art past the wide waves, ask my Joan to pray for me, where to the innocent replies are given. I think a mother loves me now no more, for those white wimples hath she laid aside, which she, poor soul, must needs want back again. Through her one understands with greatest ease how long the fire of love in woman lasts, unless rekindled oft by sight and touch. The viper which conducts the Milanese afield will never make as beautiful a tomb for her as would Galura's cock. These were the words he used, his countenance marked with the impress of that righteous zeal which burneth in the heart with temperate flame. My greedy eyes now sought the sky alone, and only there, where slowest are the stars, as nearest to its axis is a wheel. My leader then, "What art thou looking at up there, my son?" And I, "At those 3 torches, wherewith the pole on this side wholly burns." Then he, "The 4 bright stars, which thou this morn didst see, are low down on the other side, and these have risen there, where those were then." While he was speaking thus, Sordello drew him aside, and saying, "Yonder see our foe," lifted his finger up to have him look. On that side, where the little hollowed vale hath no defence, a snake there was, like that perhaps which gave the bitter fruit to Eve. On through the grass and flowers the wicked reptile glided, and turning back its head at times, was licking like a beast that smooths itself. I did not see, and therefore cannot tell, how the celestial falcons gan to move, but both I clearly saw when once in motion. When cleft by their green wings it heard the air, the serpent fled, and back the angels turning, regained their posts above with equal flight. The shade who, when he called him to the judge, had closely drawn, throughout the whole assault, had not one moment loosed his gaze from me. So may the lantern leading thee above find in thy will the wax that is required for one to reach the enamel green on high. He thus began: "If thou of Val di Magra, or of its neighbouring land, dost know true news, tell it to me, who once was mighty there. Corrado Malaspina I was called. I'm not the elder, but from him descended. I bore my race the love which here is cleansed." "Oh," said I then to him, "I've never been in your domains, but where throughout all Europe dwelleth a man who knows them not. The fame which honoureth your house proclaims its lords, proclaims its district, so that even he knows of them who hath never been there yet. I swear to you, so may I go on high, that of the glorious use of purse and sword your honoured race doth not despoil itself. Nature and use so favour it that, howe'er the guilty head distort the world, alone it goeth straight, and scorns the evil path." And he, "Now go, for lo, the sun shall not 7 times on that bed rest him which the ram now covers, and with all 4 feet bestrides, ere this thy courteously expressed opinion shall in the middle of thy head be nailed with greater nails than words of other men, unless the course of doom decreed be stayed." Purgatorio 9. Ante-Purgatory, the Vale of Flowers. Dante's first dream, the Gate of Purgatory. Already was old Titan's concubine whitening upon the Orient's balcony outside the arms of her sweet paramour. Already was her forehead shining bright with gems, arranged according to the shape of that cold beast which smites one with its tail. And night had, at the steps wherewith she climbs, already taken 2 where we were then, and now the 3rd was lowering its wings, when I, who had somewhat of Adam in me, o'ercome with sleep, reclined upon the grass, on which all 5 of us were sitting then. Near morning, at the hour in which the swallow begins to sing her melancholy lays, perchance in memory of her earliest woes, and when, much more, a pilgrim from the flesh, and less imprisoned by its thoughts, our mind well nigh prophetic in its vision is. An eagle in a dream I seem to see suspended in the sky, with plumes of gold and wings outspread, intent on swooping down. And it appeared to me that I was where his friends were left behind by Ganymede, when to the highest council he was raised. I thought within myself, perhaps this bird is wont to strike but here, and from elsewhere perhaps disdains to lift one with its claws. Then, having wheeled a while, it seemed to me that terrible as lightning it came down, and bore me up as far as to the fire. There it and I both seemed to burn together, and so intense was that imagined burning, my sleep was broken of necessity. Achilles roused himself no differently, turning around him his awakened eyes, nor knowing in what region he might be, when, sleeping in her arms, his mother took him away from Chiron to the Isle of Cyrus, from which the Greeks removed him afterwards. Then I aroused myself, when from my face sleep fled away, and death-like pale I turned, like one who freezes when overcome by fright. Only my comforter was at my side, and now the sun was higher than 2 hours, and toward the open sea my face was turned. Be not afraid, my lord then said to me. Be reassured, for we are faring well. Restrain not, but expand thine every power. At Purgatory art thou now arrived. Behold the cliff there, which encloses it. Behold the entrance, where it broken seems. Just now, when, in the dawn preceding day, thy soul was sleeping in thee on the flowers, wherewith the place down yonder is adorned, a lady came and said, I am Lucia. Allow me to take up this sleeping man. I shall assist him thus upon his way. Sordello and the other noble forms remained. She took thee, and when daylight dawned, hither came up, and in her footprints she laid thee here, and first her lovely eyes revealed to me that opened entrance. Then both she and sleep together passed away. Like one who, when in doubt, is reassured, and into comfort turns his fear, when once the truth has been disclosed to him, I changed. And when my leader, wholly freed from care, beheld me, upward o'er the cliff he moved, and I, behind him, followed toward the height. Reader, thou surely seest how I exalt my subject, therefore be thou not surprised if I support it now with greater art. Nearer we drew, and were in such a place that where at first there seemed to be a break, just like a fissure that divides a wall, I saw a gate, and under, to approach it, 3 steps of different colour each, and then a keeper, who as yet said not a word. And as I opened more and more mine eyes, I saw him sitting on the upper step, such in his face that I endured him not, and in his hand he had a naked sword, which so reflected upon us its rays, that toward him oft I turned my eyes in vain. Say what it is you wish from where you are, he then began, and where your escort is, beware lest coming up should do you harm. A Heavenly Lady, of these things aware, my teacher answered him, said unto us just now, Go thither, yonder is the gate, and unto good may she advance your steps. The courteous keeper of the gate resumed, Come forward, therefore, unto these our stairs. Made of white marble was the first great step to which we came, so polished and so smooth, I mirrored me therein as I appear. The second step, darker than purple black, was of a rough and calcined kind of stone, cracked lengthwise and across. The third, which rests in massive shape above it, seemed to me to be a porphyry as flaming red as blood appears when spurting from a vein. Upon this last, God's angel held both feet, sitting upon the threshold, which to me appeared to be a rock of adamant. Up over these 3 steps, my leader then drew me along with my good will and said, Humbly request him to undo the lock. Devoutly at his holy feet I cast me. I begged that of his mercy he would open, but first I smote upon my breast 3 times. Then with his sword sharp point he traced 7 P's upon my brow and told me, See thou to it, that when inside thou wash away these wounds. Ashes or earth, when excavated dry, would with his garments of one colour be, and from beneath it he drew forth 2 keys. One was of gold, the other silver was. First with the white, and after with the yellow, he so did to the gate that I was pleased. Whenever one of these keys faileth so, that in the lock it doth not rightly turn, said he to us, this passage opens not. More precious is the first, and yet the other, ere it unlock, much skill and judgment needs, for it is that one which unties the knot. Peter, from whom I hold them, bade me err rather in opening than in keeping closed. Provided folk fell prostrate at my feet. He pushed the holy portal's door thereat and said to us, Go in, but I inform you that he who looks behind returns outside. And when that sacred gateway's folding doors, which were of strong resounding metal made, were on their iron hinges turned around, Tarpeia roared not so, nor proved so shrill, when good Metellus was removed from her, because of which she afterwards kept lean. I turned to heed its first resounding tones, and Thee we praise, O Lord, I seemed to hear in voices mixed with those delightful sounds. What I was hearing made upon me then just the impression one is wont to get when people with an organ sing, for now the words are heard, and now again are not. Purgatorio 10. Purgatory. The first ring. Pride. Instances of humility. The expiation of pride. When past the threshold of the gate we were, whose use the evil love of souls impairs, because it makes the crooked path seem straight, 'twas by its sound I knew that it had closed, and had I turned mine eyes in its direction, what would have fittingly excused my fault? We mounted through a fissure in the rock, which moved about to this side and to that, as moves a wave that flees and draweth near. A little skill must here be used by us, my leader then began, in keeping close, now here, now there, to the receding side. This caused our steps to be so slow and short, that to her bed the waning moon had gone to rest herself again, ere we had issued forth from that needle's eye. But when set free we were, and in the open up above, where back the mountain side recedes, I, weary, and both of us uncertain of our way, stopped short upon a level place up there, more lonely than our roads through desert lands. From where its margin borders on the void, up to the foot of that high-rising bank, would measure thrice a human body's length, and far as e'er mine eye could wing its flight, now on the right, and now upon the left. Such did this girding ledge appear to me. Our feet have not been moving on it yet, when I perceived the bank surrounding it, which being perpendicular could not be climbed. White marble was, and so adorned with carvings, that not only Polycletus, but nature too, would there be put to shame. The angel who to earth came with the word of peace, which wept for during many years, had after its long closure opened heaven, appeared before us there in gentle mien, sculptured so truthfully it did not seem that he could be an image that is dumb. One would have sworn that he was saying "Hail," for she was there portrayed in effigy, who turned the key that opened love on high, and in her mien and acts she had the words, "Behold the handmaid of the Lord," impressed as clearly as a figure stamped in wax. "Keep not thy mind on one place only fixed," my gentle teacher said, who had me there on that side of him where one has his heart. I therefore moved my eyes, and further on than Mary, on the side where him I had, who urged me to go on. I then beheld another story graven in the rock. Passing by Virgil, therefore, I drew near, so that it might be set before mine eyes. Cut in the marble there, the cart and oxen were drawing up the holy ark, which made men dread a charge not given them in trust. People in front appeared, and all of them, forming 7 choirs, made one of my 2 senses say no, and the other one say yes, they sing. So too, by reason of the incense smoke which there was pictured forth, my eyes and nose became discordant as to yes and no. The humble psalmist there, with loins girt up, came dancing on before the blessed vessel, and doing so was more and less than king. And Michal, opposite to this portrayed, was from a palace window looking down, as would an angry woman filled with scorn. From where I was, I onward moved my feet, that I might closely note another tale, which after Michal gleamed upon me white. The glorious action of that Roman prince was storied here, whose worth moved Gregory to win his mighty triumph. I refer to Emperor Trajan. At his bridal stood a widow, who in tears showed signs of grief. The space around him there seemed trampled down and thronged with horsemen, while above his head eagles, it seemed, upon a field of gold, were fluttering in the wind. Among all these the sorrowing woman seemed to say, "My lord, avenge me for the slaying of my son, which breaks my heart." And he, to answer her, "Wait now till I return." And she, like one whom sorrow makes impatient, said, "But what, my lord, if thou shouldst not return?" And he, "That one will do it, who shall hold my place." "How shall another's goodness help thy case?" she answered him, "if thou forget thine own?" Then he, "Now be thou comforted, for needs must I perform my duty ere I leave. Justice so wills, and pity keeps me here." He, to whose vision naught was ever new, created this seen language, new to us, since not found here on earth. While with delight I looked upon the pictures of such great humilities, which for their Maker's sake are also dear to see. On this side, lo, much people come, but slow the steps they take. The poet murmured, "Toward the grades above, these souls will send us forward on our way." Mine eyes, intent on gazing, to behold new things, for which with eagerness they longed, in turning toward him, were not slow to move. Yet I'd not have thee, reader, shrink dismayed from thy good purposes, through hearing how God wills it, that what is due be paid. Heed not the nature of the torment, think of what comes after, think that of the very worst beyond the judgment day it cannot go. Then I began, "That teacher, which toward us I see advancing, does not look like people, nor know I what. My sight is so deceived." And he to me, "Their torments, heavy nature, so bows them toward the ground, that my eyes too struggled therewith at first. But steadily gaze there, and disentangle with thine eyes what underneath those stones is coming on. Thou now canst see how each one smites himself. O ye proud Christians, sad and weary creatures, who, sick in mental vision, put your trust in backward moving steps, perceive ye not that worms we are, created but to form the angelic butterfly, which flies unscreened to judgment? Why then is it that your mind soars up in pride, since ye are, as it were, defective insects, even as is a worm, in which formation is not yet complete? As to hold up a ceiling or a roof in lieu of corbel, one perceives at times a human figure joining knees to breast, which out of unreality gives birth to real distress in him who sees it. Such seemed these to me when I had given good heed. They were, in truth, both more and less bowed down, as each had more or less upon his back. But he that in his acts most patient was, seemed to say weeping, "I can bear no more." Purgatorio 11. Purgatory. The first ring. Pride. The Lord's Prayer. The proud. Our Father, thou that in the heavens dost dwell, not circumscribed, but for the greater love thou hast for what thou madest first on high, let both thy name and worth be given praise by every creature, even as it is meet that to thy loving Spirit thanks be given. And may thy kingdom's peace come down to us, since we cannot attain it of ourselves, for all our striving save it also come. As gladly of their will thine angels make a sacrifice to thee, singing all hail, so likewise gladly may men do with theirs. Give us this day our daily spirit food, without which through this bitter wilderness he backward goes who onward toileth most. And as we pardon every one the wrong we've suffered, of thy mercy do thou us forgive, regarding not what we deserve. Our virtue, which is easily o'ercome, test thou not through our ancient enemy, but set us free from him who tempts it so. This last request, dear Lord, is not indeed made for ourselves, who need not make it here, but is for their sakes, who behind us stayed. Thus, praying good speed for themselves and us, those shades beneath the burden went their way, not unlike that whereof one dreams at times, unequally tormented, all of them, and weary o'er the first ring round and round, purging away the world's defiling mists. If good things there be always said for us, what can be said and done on their behalf down here by those whose will is rooted well? Surely one ought to help them wash away the stains they brought with them, that they may issue cleansed and unburdened to the starry spheres. Pray, so may pity and justice speedily unburden you, that ye may move unto your wings, and raise yourselves according to your wish. Show us on which hand lies the shortest way to reach the stair, and be there more than one. Teach us the pass that hath the gentlest slope, for owing to the load of Adam's flesh, which clothes his spirit, he who with me comes is slow in climbing, though against his will. As to the words which in reply they said, to those which he, whom I was following, spoke, it was not evident from whom they came. But this was said: Come with us on the right, along the bank, and ye shall find the pass, which may be climbed by one that's still alive. And were I not prevented by the stone, which tames my haughty neck, and forces me to keep my face bowed down at this man here, who liveth still, and telleth not his name, I'd look to see if he is one I know, and stir his pity for this heavy load. Latin I was, and born to a great Tuscan. Guglielmo Aldobrandesco was my father. I know not if you ever knew his name. My forebears' ancient blood and noble deed caused me to be so arrogant that I, unmindful of our common Mother Earth, held every man in scorn to such extent I died for it, as well knows Siena's folk, and every child in Campagnatico. I am Umberto. Not to me alone doth this work ill, for pride hath with itself drawn all my kin into calamity, and here for this must I needs bear this load among the dead, till God be satisfied, since I among the living bore it not. Listening, I bowed my face, and one of them, not he who had been speaking, writhed around under the burden which was hampering him, and having seen and recognized me, called, and kept his eyes with effort fixed on me, who, as I went along with them, was stooping. Then, "Oh," said I, "art thou not Odorissi, the glory of Agobio, and the art which is in Paris called illuminating?" "Brother," said he, "more smiling are the parchments which Franco Bolognese paints. The glory is now all his, and only partly mine, because of that great longing to excel whereon my heart was set. I certainly would not have been so courteous while I lived. Here is the forfeit paid for pride like this. Nor should I be here yet, had it not been that while I still could sin, I turned to God. Oh, empty glory of our human powers, how short a time green lasts upon its top, unless uncultured ages overtake it. One Cimabue thought that he would hold the field in painting, yet the cry is all for Giotto now, hence that one's fame is dark. Thus hath one Guido taken from the other the glory of our tongue, and he is born, perhaps, who from the nest will banish both. Worldly repute is but a breath of wind, which cometh now from here and now from there, and shifts its name because its quarter shifts. What greater fame shalt thou have, if when old thou quit thy flesh, than hadst thou died ere pap and chink were dropped 1,000 years from now? For that, if to eternity compared, is shorter than the twinkling of an eye is to the sky's most slowly moving sphere. All Tuscany proclaim the fame of him who walked so slowly on the road before me. Yet hardly is a whisper of him left in Siena now, whose governor he was, what time the rage of Florence was destroyed, which then as haughty was as abject now. Your worldly fame is like the hue of grass, which comes and goes, and he discolours it, through whom it springs up tender from the ground. And I, thy true speech heartening me with good humility, thou prick'st my swollen pride. But who is he of whom thou spokest just now? That, he replied, is Provenzan Salvani, and here he is, because presumptuously he brought all Siena under his control. Thus hath he gone, and without rest he goes, as since he died. Who yonder dares too much in satisfaction pay such coin as this? And I then, if the spirit who delays before repenting till the verge of life abides below and cometh not up here, unless good prayers assist him, till as long a time be past as he had been alive, wherefore hath this man's coming been vouchsafed? When in his greatest glory, he replied, all shame removed, he freely took his stand in Sieno's Campo, and there to free a friend suffering in Charles's prison, he brought himself to quake in every vein. I'll say no more, and know that what I say is darkly spoken. But so ere long will thine own neighbours act, that thou be able to interpret it. This deed of his relieved him from those bounds. Purgatorio 12. Purgatory, the first ring, pride, instances of punished pride, the angel of humility. With equal steps, like oxen going yoked, I went along beside that burdened soul, as long as my dear pedagogue allowed. But when he said, leave him, and go thou on, for here 'tis well that each should urge his back with sail and oars as much as e'er he can, I straightened me as much as walking called for, although my thought kept humble and depressed. On had I moved, and in my teacher's step was following willingly, and both of us were showing now how light of step we were, when downward turn thine eyes, he said to me. Well will it be to calm thee on thy way, that thou shouldst see the bed thy souls are treading, as over those that neath them buried lie, that they may be recalled to people's minds, tombs level with the ground the record bear of what they were before, whence there they oft are wept for, through the prick of memory, which spurs to grief the pitiful alone. Even so I saw engraved in sculpture here, though finer in respect to workmanship, as much as from the mount juts out as part. I saw on one side him who once was made nobler by far than any other creature, fall like a flash of lightning down from heaven. I saw Briareus on the other side, pierced by an arrow from the sky, lie prone and heavy on the ground with mortal cold. I saw Apollo, Mars I saw, and Pallas, as still in armour round their sire they stood, gazing upon the giant's scattered limbs. I saw great Nimrod, 'neath his mighty work, dumb with confusion, as he watched the folk who once were proud with him on Shiner's plain. O Niobe, with what sad eyes I thee saw pictured forth in stone between thy children, the 7 and 7 thy dead upon the road. O Saul, how plainly there on thine own sword didst thou seem dead upon Gilboa's mount, which felt thereafter neither rain nor dew. O mad Arachne, thee I saw, as when, already half a spider, thou wast sad amid the tatters of thy fatal work. O Rehoboam, not a threat seems now thy face, but terror-stricken, as away a chariot bears thee, lest thou be pursued. It showed, moreover, that hard pavement did, how costly once Alcmaeon caused his mother's unlucky ornament to seem to her. It showed how, in the temple's walls, his sons cast themselves on Sennacherib, and how, when he was dead, they there abandoned him. It showed the slaughter and the cruel woe wrought by Tomiris, when she said to Cyrus, "With blood I fill thee, that didst thirst for blood." It showed, too, how the Assyrians took to flight, routed when Holofernes had been killed, and also what was of that slaughter left. I saw proud Troy in ashes and in caves. O Ilion, how degraded and how vile it showed thou wast, the image there perceived. What master, or a brush or graving tool, could reproduce the shadows and the features which there would cause all cultured minds to wonder? The dead seemed dead, the living seemed alive. Whoever saw the real no better saw than I then did what I was treading on, as long as bowed I walked. Be ye then proud, and go with haughty looks, ye sons of Eve, nor bow your heads to see your evil part. More of the mountain had we circled now, and of the sun's course far more had we spent, than my not disengaged mind had supposed, when he, who always walked attentively ahead of me, began, "Lift up thy head, the time for going thus absorbed is past. See there an angel who is making ready to come toward us. See how the 6th handmaiden returns now from the service of the day. With reverence adorn thine acts and face, that he may now be pleased to send us up. Think that this day will never dawn again." So well accustomed was I to his warning, that I should never let my time be lost, that on this theme he could not darkly speak. Toward us the lovely creature was advancing, arrayed in white, and in his countenance such as, when trembling, seems the morning star. His arms he opened, then he oped his wings, and said to us, "Come, near by are the steps, and going up is easy after this." Only a few to this announcement come. O human race, why born for upward flight, fallest thou so before a little wind? He led us on to where the rock was cut, and there my forehead with his wings he stroked, and promised that my passage would be safe. As on the right hand to ascend the mount, where seated is the church, which dominates the well-ruled town or Rubaconte's bridge, the slope's bold flight is broken by the stairs constructed in an age when choir and stave were safe. So likewise doth the bank relax, which from the next ledge here quite steeply falls, but closely on each side the high rock rubs. While, turning thither, we were on our way, "Blessed are the poor in spirit," voices sang in such a way as words could not describe. Alas, how different are the passes here from those in hell, for one up here goes in with songs, but there below with frightful wails. We now were climbing up the holy stairs, and lighter far I felt than formerly I seemed to be when on the level ground. I hence said, "Teacher, say what heavy thing has been removed from me, that as I walk, I almost feel no weariness at all." He answered, "When the peas, which still remain, almost extinct upon thy brow, are quite erased, as one is now, thy feet will so be conquered by good will, that they will feel not only no fatigue, but it will be a pleasure to them to be upward urged." I then did, as do those who go about with something on their head they know not of, till others' gestures cause them to suspect, whereat their hand assists in ascertaining, searches, and finds, and so performs the work which cannot be accomplished by their sight. And with my right hand's fingers spread, I found that only 6 the letters were, which he who held the keys had all my temples cut, on seeing which my leader smiled with joy. Purgatorio 13. Purgatory, the second ring, envy, instances of generosity, the envious. We now were at the summit of the stairs, where for the second time is cut away the mount, ascent of which frees one from sin. And there a cornice like the first one girds the hillside round about, save that its arc more quickly curves. There is no shaded carving apparent here, nor is there any mark. The bank seems bare, as also seems the path, with but the livid colour of the rock. If we await folk here, of whom to ask our way, the poet argued, I'm afraid our choice will be perhaps delayed too long. Then on the sun he fixed his steadfast eyes, made of his right the centre for his motion, and turned the left side of himself around. O thou sweet light, with confidence in whom I enter this new path, conduct us thou, he said, as one should be conducted here. Thou warm'st the world, and on it thou dost shine. If aught else urge not to the contrary, thy rays at all times ought to be our guide. Already had we gone as far up there as here on earth is reckoned for a mile in little time, because of ready will, when, flying toward us, there were spirits heard, who, though unseen, were to the board of love uttering their courteous calls. The voice which first passed flying said aloud, They have no wine, and then behind us kept repeating it, and ere, because of having moved away, it could be heard no more, another passing cried, I'm Orestes, nor did that one linger. What are these voices, father? Said I then, and even while I was asking, lo, a third, which said, Love those from whom you've ill received. The kindly teacher then, this circle whips the fault of envy, hence the scourge's cords are drawn from love. The curve will probably give forth a sound the contrary of this. In my opinion, I believe thou'lt hear it before the pass of pardon thou attain. But keenly through the air address thy gaze, and thou'lt see people on ahead of us, who seated are, and each against the cliff. Then, wider than before I oped mine eyes, I looked ahead, and shades I saw with cloaks not differing from the colour of the stone. And when a little further on we were, I heard one crying, "Mary, pray for us," and cries to Michael, Peter, and all the saints. Nor do I think there walks on earth today a man so hard that he would not be pierced by sympathy for what I then perceived. For, after I had drawn so near to them that what they did with clearness came to me, tears from my eyes were drawn by bitter grief. Covered they seemed to me with coarse haircloth, and one sustained the other with his shoulder, while all of them were by the bank sustained. Even thus the blind, in want of livelihood, at pardon stand to beg for what they need, and one upon the other bows his head, that pity may be speedily aroused, not merely by the sound of what they say, but by their aspect, which no less implores. And as the sun availeth not the blind, so to the shades whereof I spoke just now, the sky's light willeth not to grant itself, because an iron band runs through, and sows the eyelids of them all, as with wild hawks one does, since otherwise they'd not keep still. To me it seemed an outrage that, unseen, I should see others as I walked along. I therefore turned to my wise counsellor. He well knew what the dumb man wished to say, and therefore waited not for me to ask, but, "Speak," he said, "be brief and to the point." Virgil, on that side of the corner sledge, was coming on with me, whence one can fall, because it wreathes itself with no bank there. On the other side I had those zealous shades, who through the horrid seams were pressing so their tears that they were bathing both their cheeks. Turning to them, I thus began. O people, who certain are of seeing that high light which your desire hath for its only object, so melt grace soon the scum upon your conscience, that memory's stream may through it clearly flow. Tell me, for grateful will it be to me, and pleasing, if there is among you here a soul that Latin is. It will be well for him, perhaps, if I should come to know it. O brother mine, we both are citizens of one true city, but thou meanest one who, while a pilgrim, lived in Italy. It seemed to me that this I heard for answer a little further on than where I was. I therefore let myself be heard much further. Among the rest, I saw a shade which seemed expectant in its looks, and if one asked, "How so?" held up its chin, as do the blind. "Spirit," said I, "that dost subdue thyself, that thou mayst climb, if she that didst reply, make thyself known to me by place or name." "Sienese I was," she answered, "and with these cleanse here my guilty life, and pray to him with tears, that he may lend himself to us. Though called Sapia, sapient was I not, for I was far more glad of others' harm than I of my good fortune ever was. And that thou mayst not think that I deceive thee, even as I tell thee, hear how mad I was. Once my year's arch was on its downward course, when with their foes my fellow citizens were joined in battle near the town of Col. I prayed to God for that which he had willed. When, routed there, they took the bitter path of flight, I felt, on seeing them pursued, a joy unequalled by all other joys. I therefore upward turned my daring face, and cried to God, I fear thee now no more, as doth the blackbird at the least fair weather. When I was at the end of life, I longed for peace with God, but not yet would my debt have been diminished by repentance here, had it not been that Pietro Pettignano, who of his charity was grieved for me, was mindful of me in his holy prayers. But who art thou that askest of our state while going on, and hast thine eyes unclosed, as I believe, and dost while breathing talk? Mine eyes will yet be taken from me here, but not for long, said I, for they have not offended much by being turned by envy. Far greater is the fear wherewith my soul is filled of that tormenting pain below, for even now the load there weighs upon me. And she, who then led thee to us up here, if to return below thou think? And I, he that is with me here, and speaketh not, but I am living, therefore ask of me, elected spirit, if thou'dst have me move my mortal feet in thy behalf on earth. Oh, this, she answered, is so strange to hear, that certainly it proves God's love for thee. Therefore assist me with thy prayers at times. I beg thee, by what most thou longest for, if e'er thou tread the soil of Tuscany, that thou among my kin restore my fame. Among that vain folk wilt thou see them there, which hopes in Talamone, and will waste more hope on it than on the Diana quest, but still more will the admirals invest. Purgatorio 14. Purgatory, the second ring, envy, Valdorno, and Romagna in 1300. Instances of punished envy. Who is this spirit who around our mount is circling thus, ere death have given him flight, and at his will opens and veils his eyes? I know not who he is, but know he's not alone. Ask thou that nearer art to him, and greet him fairly, so that he may speak. Two spirits, who were leaning on each other, thus talked of me upon the right hand there, then turned their faces up to speak to me, and one said, Soul, that still held in thy body toward heaven art going, of thy charity console us now, and tell us whence thou comest, and who thou art, for thou dost cause in us such wonder at the grace accorded thee, as that demands which never was before. And I, a small stream winds through Tuscany, which up in Falterona hath its rise, and is not sated by 100 miles. From somewhere on its banks I bring this body. Vain would it be to tell you who I am, because my name makes no great sound as yet. If with my mind I rightly penetrate thy meaning, that one then replied to me who spoke before, thou talkest of the Arno? Thereat the other spirit said to him, Why did this man conceal that river's name, as people hide the name of dreadful things? The shade, who had been questioned as to this, discharged its duty thus: "I do not know, but meet it is that this vale's name should die, for from its source, where that wild mountain chain, whence severed is Pelorus, swells so greatly, that in few places doth it pass that mark, to there, where it betakes it to restore whatever from the sea the sky sucks up, whence rivers get what goes along with them. Virtue is snake-like, as a foe pursued by all, or through the region's evil luck, or through bad customs which incite men there. Hence those that in this wretched valley dwell have changed their nature so, that it would seem that Circe had them in her pasturage, among foul hogs, of acorns worthier far than of all other food that's fit for man to use. It first directs its sorry path, as down it comes, it afterwards finds curs that snarl more fiercely than their strength comports, and turns from these its snout aside in scorn. It keeps on falling, and the more it swells, the more that cursed and unlucky ditch finds that the dogs are turning into wolves. Descending them through many a gloomy gorge, foxes it finds, so full of fraud, that naught have they to fear, lest cunning master them. Nor shall I cease to speak, though overheard, and for this man it were well if he recall hereafter what a truthful spirit shows me. Thy grandson I behold, who first becomes a hunter of those wolves upon the banks of that fierce stream, and terrifies them all. He sells their flesh while still alive, then kills them, as an old beast he would, of life depriving many, himself of honour he deprives. He issues bloody from the dismal wood, and leaves it such that in 1,000 years 'twill not rewood itself as once it was. As at the announcement of some painful loss, the face of him who listens is disturbed, from wheresoe'er the danger may assail him, even thus did I behold that other soul, who turned to listen, grow distressed and sad as soon as he had gathered in that speech. The words of one soul and the other's face had caused me to desire to know their names. Therefore, with prayers, I mingled this request. The spirit, therefore, who addressed me first, began again: "Thou'dst have me condescend to do for thee what thou for me wilt not. But since God wills that so much of his grace should shine in thee, I'll not be niggardly. Guido del Duca know then that I am, and so consumed by envy was my blood, that had I seen a man becoming happy, livid with envy, thou hadst seen me turn. Of what I sowed, I'm reaping now the straw. O human race, why set your heart on things wherein companionship must be forbidden? This is Ranieri, this the honour is and glory of the house of Calboli, whose worth since him none hath inherited, nor hath his blood alone despoiled itself 'tween Po and mountains, Reno and the sea, of those good things which truth and joy require. For in those bounds the country is so full of poison stocks that only slowly now would they be lessened, even if it were tilled. Where are good Lizio, Arrigo, Mainardi, Pier Traversaro, and Guido di Carpigna, all Romagnols turned into bastards now, when in Bologna will a Fabro rise, when in fiance a Bernardine di Fosco, the noble scion of a little plant? Wonder not, Tuscan, if I weep now, when, with Guido da Prata, I recall to mind Ugolin d'Azzo, who among us dwelt, Frederick Tignoso and his company, the Traversara house, the Anastagi, and both these families are void of heirs. The ladies and the knights, the toils and ease, which love and courtesy once made us crave, where hearts have grown so bad. O Bretinoro, wherefore not banish, since thy family and many people with them have departed, that guiltless they might be? Bagnasaval, begetting sons, no longer doeth well, but Castracaro ill, and Conio worse, which still takes trouble to beget such count. Well, the Pagani too will fare, when once their demons shall have gone, but not so well that an unspotted fame will e'er remain to them. O Ugolin de Fantoli, thy name is safe, since one can now no more be looked for, who, as a degenerate, can darken it. But go thy way now, Tuscan, for weeping now affords me far more zest than speech. Our talk hath so distressed my mind. We knew that those dear spirits heard us leaving, and therefore, merely by their keeping still, they made us trust the path which we were taking. When we, advancing, found ourselves alone, a voice, which seemed like lightning when it cleaves the air, was heard, and as it reached us there, said, Whosoever findeth me shall slay me, then vanished, as when thunder rolls away, if suddenly a cloud be rent apart. Soon as our hearing had a truce from this, behold, another with so great a crash, it seemed to be his following thunderclap. I am her Glorious, who was turned to stone. Then, to draw closer to the poet's side, I took a backward, not a forward step. The air was calm on all sides now, when he— That was the painful bit which in his bounds should hold a man. But ye take in the bait, and so the ancient adversary's hook draweth you to him. Hence of small avail is either curb or lure. Heaven calleth you, and showing to you its eternal beauties, around you moves, and yet your eyes look down. Hence he who seeth all things scourges you. Purgatorio 15. Purgatory, the second ring. Envy, the angel of generosity. The third ring. Anger, instances of gentleness. Between the third hour's close and day's beginning, as much as is apparent of the sphere which like a child is ever given to play, so much now of its course toward evening seemed remaining to the sun. 'Twas vespers there, and midnight here, and fully on the face its rays were striking us, because the mount had so been circled by us that we now were going on directly toward the west, when, far more blindingly than e'er before, I felt my forehead overcome by splendour, and was bewildered by these unknown things. Over my eyebrows hence I raised my hands, and made myself the screen which, filing off, tempers excessive light in what is seen. As when from water or a looking-glass a ray leaps up in the opposite direction, and in the same way mounts that down it came, and from the falling of a stone departs at equal distance to the same extent, as both experiment and art reveal. Even so it seemed to me that I was smitten as by a light reflected there before me, because of which my sight was swift to flee. "Dear father, what is that?" said I, "from which I cannot screen my face sufficiently to help me, and which toward us seems to come?" "Wonder thou not," he answered me, "if still heaven's family affect thy sight. An angel is this, who comes to ask us to ascend. It soon will happen that to see such things will be no burden, but as great a joy as nature hath enabled thee to feel." As soon as we had reached the blessed angel, with joyful voice he said, "Enter from hence a stairway far less steep than were the rest." We were ascending, having thence departed, when "Blessed are the merciful" was sung behind us, and "Rejoice, O thou that winnest." My teacher then, and I, we two alone were going up, and as we went I thought of how I might get profit from his words, whereat I turned toward him and asked, what meant that spirit from Romagna when he mentioned forbidden and companionship in things? Hence he, of his worst fault he knows the harm, hence let it not surprise if he therefore rebuke men, that it be lamented less, because your wishes aim at that wherein each share is lessened through companionship. Envy fain moves the bellows for your sighs. If love, though, for the highest sphere of all, were upward turning your desires, that fear would not be in your breast, because the more there are up yonder by whom ours is said, so much more good doth each of them possess, and so much more love in that cloister burns. I fast much more from being satisfied, said I, than had I silent been at first, and more of doubt I gather in my mind. How can it be then, that a good that's shared should make more owners richer with itself than if by but a few it be possessed? And he to me, because thou fastenest thy mind exclusively on earthly things, thou drawest darkness out of very light. That good, ineffable and infinite, which dwells up yonder, runs as fast to love as to bright bodies comes a ray of light. So much it gives itself as is the warmth it findeth. Hence, as is the extent of love, so much the eternal worth spreads over it. The more there are up there that love each other, the more there are to love and more the love, and mirror-like, the more of love each sheds on each. And if my talk sate not thy hunger, thou shalt see Beatrice, and she will fully free thee from this and every other want. Do thou then see to it that speedily thou have removed, as two already are, the 5 wounds which are closed by causing pain. Wishing to say, thou satisfiest me, I saw that I had reached the following ring. My fond eyes therefore caused me to keep still. There it appeared to me that I was wrapped in an ecstatic vision all at once, and that within a temple I perceived much people, and a lady at the door, who with the sweet mien of a mother said, Wherefore, my son, hast thou thus dealt with us, Behold, thy father and I have sought for thee in sorrow." Here, when she had ceased to speak, that disappeared which had before appeared. Then there appeared another, o'er whose cheeks those tears were streaming down which grief distills, when born of great resentment toward another, saying, "If thou art master of the city, about whose name there was among the gods such strife, and whence all knowledge sparkles forth, avenge thyself on those audacious arms, Pisistratus, which dared embrace our daughter." Kindly and gently then that lord appeared to answer her with looks of self-control. "What shall we do to him who hateth us, if he who loves us is by us condemned?" Then folk I saw, enflamed by anger's fire, who bent on killing a young man with stones, cried to each other, "Naught but kill him, kill!" And him I saw, bowed to the ground in death, which now oppressed him. Of his eyes he e'er made gates of heaven, and in that anguish prayed the Lord on high, with looks which unlock pity, that he his persecutors would forgive. When once my mind returned outside again to those things which outside of it are true, I recognized my not untruthful errors. My leader, who could see that I was acting like one who frees himself from slumber, said, "What aileth thee, that thou canst not stand up, but hast been coming more than half a league, veiling thine eyes and reeling with thy legs, like one o'ercome by either wine or sleep?" "Oh, my dear father, if thou listen to me, I'll tell thee what it was appeared to me," said I, "when I was thus deprived of legs." And he, "If on thy face 100 masks thou hadst, thy thoughts would not be hid from me, however small they were. What thou hast seen was lest thou free thyself from opening up thy heart unto those waters of thy peace, which from the eternal fountain are diffused. I did not ask, what ails thee, as would one who looks but with the eye which seeth not, when once the body lies inanimate, but asked it to endow thy feet with strength. So must the indolent be spurred, when slow to use their waking time when it returns. On through the vesper hours we went along, forward intent as far as e'er our eyes could reach, against the late and shining rays, when lo! a smoke in our direction came, little by little, and as dark as night, nor was there any place of shelter from it. This of pure air deprived us, and of eyes. Purgatorio 16. Purgatory, the third ring, anger, free will, and the corruption of the world. The gloom of hell, and of a night deprived of every planet 'neath a narrow sky, darkened as much as possible by clouds, ne'er made so thick a veil before my face, nor to my feeling was so rough in tissue, as was the smoke which covered us up there, for that permitted not of opened eyes, because of which my wise and trusty escort drew near to me, and offered me his shoulder. Even as a blind man walks behind his guide, in order not to go astray, and strike aught that might hurt him, or might even kill, so, going through that foul and bitter air, I listened to my leader, who said only, "Take care that thou be not cut off from me." Voices I heard, and each appeared to pray for peace and mercy to the Lamb of God, who taketh sins away. Their only prelude was, Lamb of God, and all had but one word and intonation. Hence, among them all, there seemed to be the fullest harmony. Of those, then, spirits, teacher, whom I hear, said I, and he to me, thou judgest rightly, as on they go, they loosen angers not. Now, who art thou that cleavest thus at smoke, and yet dost speak of us as if thou still by monthly kalends went dividing time? These words were uttered by a single voice. My teacher therefore said to me, reply, and ask him if on this side one goes up. And I, O creature, that dost cleanse thyself, that beautiful thou mayest return to him who made thee, thou'lt hear marvels following me. I'll follow thee as far as I'm allowed, he answered, and if smoke permit not sight, hearing instead will keep us linked together. I thereupon began. I go on high, while in that swathing band which death dissolves, and through the infernal anguish came I here. And whereas God hath wrapped me in his grace so much that he would have me see his court by means entirely out of modern use, conceal not who thou wast before thy death, but tell it me, and whether toward the pass I rightly go, and be thy words our guides. Lombard I was, and Marco was I called. Familiar with the world, I loved the worth toward which all men have now unbent their bows. For mounting upward thou art going rightly, he thus replied, and added, I beseech thee, pray for me there, when thou shalt be above. And I to him, I pledge my faith to thee, that what thou askest of me I will do, but with a doubt I'll burst, unless therefrom I free myself. Simple at first, it now is double by thy speech, which makes me here and elsewhere sure of that wherewith I link it. The world is certainly as wholly void of every virtue as thou tell'st me, and is with evil big and overspread. But pray point out its cause, that I may see, and show it unto other men, for one puts it in heaven, another here below. At first he heaved a sigh profound, which grief to me changed. Then, brother, he began, the world is blind, and thou indeed comest hence. Ye that are living still attribute upward each cause to heaven alone, as though it moved everything with it of necessity. If this were so, free will would be destroyed within you, and no justice would there be in having joy for good and grief for ill. Heaven starts your inclinations, though I say not all, but even supposing that I did, light has been given to you for good and evil, with free will, which if it endure fatigue in its first fights with heaven, will afterward, if duly nourished, conquer everything. Beneath a greater power and better nature ye freely lie, and that creates within you the mind which heaven hath not in its control. Hence, if the present world go wrong, the cause is in yourselves, and should in you be sought. Of this I'll now a true spy be for thee. Forth from the hand of him who ere it lives delights in it, even like a little maid who weeps and laughs and wantons like a child, issues the simple soul which knoweth naught, save that, proceeding from a joyous Maker, it gladly turns to that which pleases it. At first it tasteth things of little good, deceived thereby, it runneth after them, unless a guide or check divert its love. Hence, as a bit, a law must needs be set, a king must needs be had, who should, at least, the tower of the truthful town discern. The laws exist, but who sets hand to them? No one, because the shepherd who precedes can chew the cud, but hath not cloven hooves. The people hence, who see their guide strive solely for those good things for which it longs itself, feedeth thereon and asks for nothing more. Well canst thou see that evil leadership, and not that nature in you is corrupt, is what has caused the world to be so wicked. Rome, which once made it good, was wont to have two suns, which rendered visible both roads, that of the world and that of God. One now hath quenched the other. To the bishop's staff the sword is joined, and badly needs must one fare with the other, since together joined neither the other fears. Recall to mind, if thou believe me not, the ear of corn, for every grass is by its own seed known. Throughout the country, watered by the Po and Adige, one used to find both virtue and courtesy, ere Frederick had his strife. With safety it can nowadays be crossed by any who, through shame, refrain from speech with good men, or avoided intercourse. There are, indeed, 3 old men still, in whom the old age chides the modern, and who long for God to give them back a better life. Corrado da Palazzo, good Gerardo, and Guido da Castello, better called the simple Lombard, as in France he is. Say, therefore, that today the Church of Rome, by joining in herself 2 kinds of rule, falls in the mire and fouls herself and load. "O, Marco mine," said I, "thine arguments are good, and now I see why Levi's sons were from inheriting debarred. But which, Gerardo, is the one who, as thou sayest, as sample of the people now extinct, remaineth to reproach this savage age?" "Thy speech deceives or tests me," he replied, "for thou, addressing me in Tuscan speech, seemst not to know who good Gerardo was. I know him not by other added name, unless I took it from his daughter Gaia. God keep you, for with you I come no further. Already whitening now, behold the light which rays out through the smoke, and I must go. The angels there, ere I be seen by him." He thus turned back, nor would he hear me more. Purgatorio 17. Purgatory, the 3rd ring, anger, instances of punished anger, the angel of peace, love. Reader, remind thyself if e'er a fog o'ertook thee on a mountain, one through which thou couldst not see in any other way than moles do through the membranes o' their eyes, how, when the damp thick mists begin to thin, the sun's orb feebly pierces them, and quickly will thine imagination come to see how I first saw the sun again, which now was at its setting. Thus, as I mine own was matching with my teacher's trusty steps, From such a cloud I came into the beam, already dead upon the shores below. O thou imagination, which at times dost steal us so from outer things, that though 1,000 trumpets blow, one hears them not, what moveth thee, if sense contribute not? A light which takes in heaven its form impels thee freely, or by a will which sends it down. The vision of her cruelty, who changed her form into the bird which most delights in song, appeared in my imagination, and hereupon my mind was so shut up within itself that nothing that was then received by it came to it from without. Then into my high fantasy there reigned one crucified, contemptuous and proud in aspect, and as such he met his death. Around him were the great Ahasuerus, Esther his wife, and righteous Mordecai, who so whole-hearted was in word and deed. And as this picture of its own accord broke up, as doth a bubble when it lacks the water it was formed withal, a maid rose in my vision neck, who bitterly was weeping, and was saying, Why, O Queen, didst thou through anger wish to be no more? Lavinia, not to lose thyself hast slain, and now hast lost me. Mother, this is I, who ere I mourn another's loss, mourn thine. As sleep is broken, when unwonted light strikes closed eyes suddenly, and being broken, quivers before it wholly dies away, even so did my imagining break up, as soon as on my face there smote a light, brighter by far than we are wont to see. I turned around to notice where I was, when, lo, a voice which said, The ascent is here, from every other interest turned my mind, and made my will so eager to behold the speaker that, when such, it never rests until it sees its object face to face. But as before the sun, which whelms our eyes and veils its figure through excessive light, so likewise here my visual powers failed. A godlike spirit this, who, though unasked, is pointing out to us our upward path, and with his own light is himself concealing. With us he deals as one would with himself, for he that waits till asked when seeing need, inclines already meanly to refuse. To such a bidding let us now accord our feet, and try to climb ere darkness come, for later one could not, till day returned. Thus said my leader then, and I with him turned toward a flight of stairs our feet, and I, when on its first step near me felt, as 'twere, the motion of a wing, and on my face a fanning, while a voice said, Blessed are the peaceful, who are free from evil wrath. So high above us now were those last beams, which by the night are followed, that the stars were coming out on many sides. And, O my strength, why dost thou fade away so fast? I to myself was saying, for a truce, I felt, was set the powers of my legs. We now were where the flight of stairs went up no further, and as motionless we were as is a vessel when the shore is reached. And for a while I waited to find out if aught upon the new ring could be heard. Then, toward my teacher turning round, I said, Say, my dear father, what offence is purged in this ring here, where now we are? Although our feet keep still, let not thy talking cease. And he to me, the love of good, when scant of what it should have been, is here atoned. Here beats again the ill-retarded oar. But now, in order that thou understand more clearly still, turn thou thy mind to me, and some good fruit thou'lt gather from our stay. Neither creator he began, nor creature was e'er devoid of either innate love, or that which conscious is, and this thou knowest. The innate love is always free from error, but the other kind can err through evil aim, or through deficient or excessive strength, while well directed toward the primal goods, and toward the secondary self-restrained, it cannot be the cause of sinful pleasure. But when it turns toward evil things, or runs to good with more or less zeal than it ought, the creature then against his Maker works. From this, then, thou canst understand that love must be the seed in you of every virtue, and every deed that merits punishment. And now, since love can never turn its face from its own subjects' welfare, from self-hate all are secure. And since one cannot think of any self as being from the first divided and existing of itself, all hearts are thus debarred from hating him. It follows that, if I, in arguing, judge well, one's neighbours is the harm one loves, and this is born in three ways in your clay. There's he who, on the abasement of his neighbour, his hope of rising sets, and only longs that from his greatness he may be brought low. And he who fears the loss of power, favour, renown, and honour should another rise, and grieves so that he loves the contrary. Then he who by injustice seems so shamed that greedy he becometh for revenge, and such must needs prepare for others' harm. This triform love is wept for here below. But now I'd have thee hear about the other, which runs to love in a corrupted way. All apprehend confusedly a good, wherein the mind can rest and long for it, and therefore every one attempts to reach it. If slothful be the love impelling you to see or win it, after just repentance, this present cornice tortures you for that. Another good there is, which never makes man happy. It is not real happiness, nor the good essence, fruit and root of all that's good. The love that yields too much to that is wept for in three rings above us here. But why it's reckoned threefold I say not, that thou mayst seek the reason for thyself. Purgatorio 18. Purgatory, the fourth ring, sloth, love and free will, instances of punished sloth. The lofty doctor, having ended thus his argument, was looking in my eyes, eager to see if I seemed satisfied, and I, who by new thirst was still spurred on, was silent outwardly, and in me said, "My many questions trouble him perhaps." But that true father, who perceived the wish, which, being shy, did not disclose itself, by speaking first, emboldened me to speak. Hence I, My vision, teacher, in thy light becomes so keen that clearly I discern all that thy talk implieth or unfolds. I therefore beg of thee, sweet father dear, explain to me why thou ascribest to love every good action and its contrary. Direct thine understanding's sharpened eyes toward me, he said, and clear to thee will be the error of the blind who pose as guide. The mind, which is created prone to love, inclines toward everything that pleases it, when roused by pleasure to activity. Your faculty of apprehending draws an image from reality, and so displays it in you that your mind is caused to turn to it, and if thus turned, your mind inclines thereto, that tendency is love, is nature bound in you again by pleasure. Then, just as fire, by reason of its form, moves upward, being made for mounting thither, where in its element it longer lasts, even so the captive mind begins to yearn a motion of the soul, and never rests until the thing it loveth gives it joy. Apparent to thee now can be the extent to which the truth is hid from those that claim that each love in itself deserveth praise, because perhaps its object in itself seems always to be good, and yet not good is every seal, though good may be its wax. Thy words, together with my heeding mind, I answered him, have shown me what love is, but this hath made me bigger with a doubt. For if love from without is born in us, and if the soul can do naught else, her doing or right or wrong is no desert of hers. And he, what reason sees here, I can tell thee, for aught beyond its ken look thou alone to Beatrice, for that's a work of faith. Every substantial form which is distinct from matter, and is also joined with it, hath in it a specific power collected, which, save in operation, is not seen, and only shows itself in its effects, as life doth by its green leaves in a plant. None knows, however, whence the understanding of first cognitions comes, or whence the bent toward those first appetites which are in you, as zeal for making honey is in bees. This first will hence deserves nor praise nor blame. Now that all others be conformed to this, the power which counsels inborn is in you, and ought to hold the threshold of ascent. This is the source whence comes the ground of merit in you, as it gathers in and winnows out your good and guilty loves. Those who in reasoning attained the bottom perceived this inborn liberty, and left the world the teachings of morality. Supposing then that every love that flames within you rises of necessity, within you lies the power to master it. This noble virtue is by Beatrice called freedom of the will. Hence see that thou recall it, should she speak of it to thee. The moon, in rising, close to midnight light, and looking like a bucket all on fire, was causing now the stars to seem more rare. As counter to the heavens, it caused the paths, the sun and flames, whene'er the Roman sees it, setting between the Sards and Corsicans. And now that noble shade, whence Pietola hath greater fame than any Mantuan village, had put aside the load I laid on him. Hence I who, as an answer to my questions, had reaped his clear and easy talk, remained like one confused because of drowsiness. But suddenly this sleepiness of mine was taken from me by a crowd of people who back of us were circling toward us now. And as Ismenus and Asopus once, along their banks, saw maddened throngs at night, whene'er the Thebans needed Bacchus, such were those who, sweeping scythe-like round that ring, were coming on from what I saw of them, by good-will ridden, and by righteous love. And soon were they upon us, for the whole of that great crowd was moving at a run, and two ahead in tears were crying out, "Mary proceeded to the hills in haste," and "Caesar, in order to subdue Ilerda, struck Marseilles, then hurried on to Spain." "Quick, quick, lest time be lost through lack of love," cried those that came behind them, "so that zeal in doing good may make grace green again." O folk, in whom keen fervour now redeems, perhaps, the negligence and slowness shown by your tepidity in doing good, this man who lives, and truly I lie not, desires, when sunlight once returns, to mount. Hence tell us where the nearest opening lies. These were my leader's words, and one of those same spirits said, "Come on behind us then, and thou wilt find the hall. So keen we are to keep on moving that we cannot stop. Forgive us then if lack of courtesy thou deem what we consider righteousness. I was San Zeno's abbot at Verona, under the rule of worthy Barbarossa, of whom Milan in sorrow talketh still, and he has one foot in the grave already, who soon will for that monastery weep, and grieve because he had it in his power, for he, his son, in body wholly sick, worse still in mind, and also ill begot, has had installed in its true shepherd's place." I know not if aught else he said or ceased, so far had he run past us now, but this I heard, and I've enjoyed retaining it. Then he who was my help in every need said, "Turn in this direction, and behold two coming on, who give a bite to sloth." Moving behind them all, they said, "The folk for whom the sea was opened up were dead before the Jordan had perceived their heirs, and those who with the son of Anchises could not endure to toil until the end, gave themselves up to lead inglorious lives." Then, when those shades were separated from us so far that they no longer could be seen, a new thought made its way into my mind, whence many other different thoughts were born, and I between them so confused became that, wandering to and fro, I closed mine eyes and changed what I had thought into a dream. Purgatorio 19. Purgatory, the fourth ring, sloth, Dante's second dream, the angel of zeal, the fifth ring, avarice and prodigality. Within the hour when, vanquished by the earth, or even at times by Saturn, daytime's heat can warm the coldness of the moon no longer, when geomancers see their greater fortune rise in the east ere dawn, and on a path which doth not long stay dark for it, a female approached me in a dream, with stammering tongue, with eyes asquint and crooked on her feet, with hands lopped off and pallor on her face. I fixed my gaze on her, and as the sun brings comfort to cold limbs which night-time chills, even so my looking at her freed her tongue, and afterward, in but a little time, completely straightened her, and gave that hue to her discoloured face which love desires. As soon as she had thus unloosed her speech, she then began to sing in such a way that from her I could hardly take my gaze. "I am," she sang, "the lovely siren she, who in mid-ocean mariners bewitches. So much I please whoever heareth me. I turned Ulysses from his wandering course to hear my song, and who gets used to me seldom departs, so wholly I content him." Her mouth had not yet closed, when lo! a holy lady at my side appeared, who ready was to put her to confusion. "Oh, Virgil, Virgil, who is this?" she cried in scornful tones, whereat he then advanced with eyes set only on the modest one. She seized the other, opened her in front, and rent her garments, showing me her belly. This woke me with the stench that issued from it. I turned my eyes, and my good teacher said, "I've called thee thrice at least. Arise and come. We'll find the gate through which thou mayest ascend." I rose, and all the holy mountain's rings were with the high day's light already filled, as with the new sun back of us we moved. While I was following him, I held my head, like one who, having it bowed down by thought, makes of himself a half-arch of a bridge, and then I heard, "Come on, the pass is here," uttered in such a gentle kindly way as in this mortal land is never heard. With outspread wings, which seemed the wings of swan, he who thus spoke directed us on high, 'tween the two side walls of the granite rock. He moved his pinions then, and fanning us, affirmed that those who mourn are happy, since possessed of comfort shall their spirits be. "What aileth thee, that only on the ground thou gazest?" said my guide, when past the angel both he and I had climbed a little way. And I, "A recent dream, which to itself inclines me, makes me with such doubt advance, that I cannot refrain from thought of it." "Thou hast perceived," said he, "that ancient witch, who henceforth o'er us is alone lamented, and seen how from her one is freed. Let that suffice thee. Strike thy heels upon the ground, and turn thine eyes up toward the calling lure the eternal King whirls with the mighty wheel. As is the falcon, which at first looks down, then turns around when called, and spreads his wings, keen for the quarry which attracts him, such was I, and thus as long as ere the rock was cleft, to make a path for those that climb, I went along to where the circling starts. When out upon the fifth ring I had come, people therein I saw, who shedding tears were lying wholly prone upon its bed. "My soul hath cloven to the trodden ground," I heard them saying with such heavy sighs that what they said could hardly be made out. O ye elect of God, whose sufferings here justice and hope are making less intense, direct us toward the steps that lead on high. If ye are come, exempt from lying down, and wish to find the path with greatest speed, let your right sides be always outward turned. Thus asked the poet, and not far ahead. Thus was the answer given. Hence, as he spoke, I noticed where the other speaker hid, and then I turned mine eyes unto my lord, whereat he granted with a cheerful nod that which the looks of my desiring asked. When I was free to act as I inclined, I came and stood above the soul, whose words had made me notice him at first, and said, Spirit, who by thy tears art ripening that without which one cannot return to God, for my sake stay a while thy greater care. Say who thou wast, why ye hold up your back, and whether thou wouldst have me get thee aught from there whence I, a living man, set forth. And he to me, Why, toward itself the sky is turning here our backs, thou'lt know. But first, know thou that I once sat in Peter's chair. Between Siestri and Chiaveri there descends a lovely mountain stream, and from its name my race's title takes its greatest boast. For 1 month and a little more I felt how much the mighty mantle weighs on him, and keeps it from the mire, for all loads else seem feathered. My conversion was, alas, delayed, but when Rome's shepherd I was made, I came to know how false the world's life was. I saw that in it hearts can find no rest, nor could one in it higher rise than I. The love of this life hence was kindled in me. Till that time I had been a wretched soul, cut off from God, and wholly given to greed. Now, as thou seest, I'm punished for it here. What avarice doth is here made manifest in this purgation of converted souls. Nor hath this mount a penalty more bitter. And as our eyes were never upward turned, because intently fixed on earthly things, so justice here hath turned them to the ground. As avarice quenched our love for all good things until well-doing had completely ceased, so here doth justice hold us in restraint, bound fast and fettered in our hands and feet, and here we'll stay, stretched out and motionless, as long as it shall please the righteous Lord. I had knelt down and wished to speak, but just as I began, and he was made aware by listening only of my reverence. What cause, said he, hath bent thee downward thus? And I to him, because of your high rank, my conscience troubled me for standing up. Straighten thy legs, my brother, he replied, and rise, and not with thee and with the rest a fellow servant of one power am I. If thou hast ever fully understood those holy gospel words, they neither marry, well canst thou see why I am speaking thus. And now begone, and have thee stay no more, for lingering here thou hinderest the tears wherewith I ripen that which thou hast said. A niece I have up yonder, called Alagia, good in herself, so be it that our house by its example do not make her bad, and she is all that's left to me up there. Purgatorio 20. Purgatory, the fifth ring, avarice and prodigality. Instances of liberality and of greed. the earthquake. A will fights weakly gainst a stronger will. Hence I, myself displeasing, him to please, out of the water drew my sponge unfilled. I started, and along the space left clear, close to the rocky cliff my leader moved, as 'neath its battlements one hugs a wall. For those who through their eyes pour drop by drop the evil which pervadeth all the world, approach too closely to the outer edge. Be thou accursed, thou ancient wolf, that prey far greater hast than have all other beasts, by reason of thy hunger's endless depth. O heaven, through whose revolving some, it seems, believe that here below conditions change, when will he come through whom this beast shall leave? As on we went, with slow and scanted steps, and I was listening to the shades I heard, weeping and uttering piteous lamentation. By chance I heard in front of us a voice cry out, "Sweet Mary!" in the tearful tones wherewith a woman cries in childbirth's pangs, and this was followed by, "As poor thou wast, as by the hostelry may be perceived, where thou didst lay thy sacred burden down." Next after this I heard, "O good Fabricius, with virtue thou didst poverty prefer to great possessions with iniquity." So pleasing had these last words been to me, that further on I moved, that I might know the spirit from whose lips they seemed to come. He now was speaking of the generous gift bestowed by Nicholas upon the maids, to guide their youth into an honoured path. "O soul, that speakest of such worthy deeds, say who thou wast," said I, "and why alone thou thus renewest this deserved praise? Thy words will not remain without reward, if I return to end that life's short course, which flieth onward towards its final term." And he, "I'll tell it thee, though not for help that I may look for yonder, but because grace shines so brightly in thee ere thy death. I was the root of that malignant plant whose shadow darkens all the Christian land, so that good fruit is seldom picked from it. But if Douai, Lille, Ghent, and Bruges could, vengeance would soon be wrought for this, and I of him requested who is judge of all. Yonder my name was Hugh Capet. From me have sprung the Philips and the Louis, who have in recent ages governed France. A Paris butcher's son I was, when all the ancient kings had passed away, save one, a grey-robed monk. Tight in my hands I found the bridle of the kingdom's government, with so much power of recent gain, and such a host of friends, that to the widowed crown was raised the head of mine own son, with whom the line of their anointed bones began. As long as its great dowry of Provence had not deprived my family of shame, its worth was small, but still it did no harm. With that began its theft by force and fraud, for afterward, to make amends, Poitiers it seized, with Normandy and Gascony. Charles came to Italy, and there to make amends, a victim made of Conradin, and then, to make amends, drave Thomas back to heaven. A time, I see, not very long from now, which out of France will bring another Charles, to make both him and his the better known. He issues thence alone, and with no host, but with the jousting lance of Judas. This he thrusts so that he bursts the paunch of Florence. As a result, not land, but sin and shame he'll win, of so much greater weight for him, the lighter he accounts such loss. I see the other Charles, once captured from his ship, his daughter sell, and haggle for the price, as corsairs do with slave girls not their own. What more, O avarice, canst thou do with us, since thou hast to thyself so drawn my race, that even for its own flesh it careth not? That future ills and past ones may seem less, I see Alanya by the lily entered, and in his vicar Christ a prisoner made. I see the latter mocked a second time. I see the vinegar and gore renewed, and him I see among living robbers killed. And this new pilot I behold so ruthless that, not content with this, he lawlessly into the temple bears his greedy sails. O when, my lord, shall I rejoice to see the vengeance in thy secret counsel hid, which now avails to make thine anger sweet? What of the Holy Spirit's only bride, I said just now, and thereby made thee turn to me for explanation, serves as answer to all our prayers, as long as daylight lasts. But soon as night returns, instead of these, we utter words which sound the opposite. We thereupon rehearse Pygmalion's story, and how of him his greedy lust for gold, a traitor made, a thief and parricide, and avaricious Midas' misery, which followed from his covetous request, and at which one will always have to laugh. Next, foolish Acon every one recalls, who stole the plunder, so that even here the wrath of Joshua seems to bite him still. We then accuse Sapphira with her husband. We praise the kicks which Heliodorus got, while Polymnestor circles all the mount in infamy who Polydorus killed. And finally our cry is, "Tell us, Crassus, for thou dost know it, what's the taste of gold?" Aloud at times speaks one another low, as each one's feelings spur him on to speak, in stronger now, and now in weaker tones. Hence I, in speaking of the good which here is talked about by day, was not alone, but near us here none other spoke aloud. Already had we gone away from him, striving to make our way along the path as fast as was allowed our powers, when I, like something falling, felt the mountain quake. Then such a chill took hold of me, as he is wont to have who goeth to his death. Delos, indeed, shook not so terribly before Latona made therein her nest, in order to give birth to heaven's two eyes. Then such a cry arose on every side, that close to me my teacher drew and said, "Be not afraid, while I am guiding thee." "Glory to God," they all said, "in the highest," as far as I could understand from those nearby, where what was being shouted could be heard. Both motionless and in suspense we stood, as stood the shepherds who first heard that song, till when the trembling stopped, the shouting ceased. Thereafter we resumed our holy journey, watching the shades that lay upon the ground, returned already to their wonted plaint. No ignorance had ever with as great anxiety made me desire to know, unless in this my memory go astray, as that which, as I thought, I seemed to have. I neither dared to ask because of haste, nor could I see there anything myself. So on I went, timid and lost in thought. End of chapter 59. Purgatorio 21. Purgatory, the fifth ring, avarice and prodigality, Statius, the cause of the earthquake. The natural thirst which never can be quenched, save by the water asked for by the lowly young woman of Samaria as a boon, was troubling me, while hurry spurred me on behind my leader o'er the cumbered path, and I was grieving for the just revenge. Then, lo, as Luke records for us that Christ, when risen from the burial cave, appeared before the two upon the road, a shade appeared and came behind us as we watched the crowd, which lay around us at our feet. But we perceived him not. Hence he spoke first, and said, "May God, my brethren, give you peace." We turned at once, and to this greeting Virgil replied with that which corresponds to it. We turned at once, and to this greeting Virgil replied with that which corresponds to it. Then he began, "Within the blessed assembly mayst thou be set at peace by that just court which in eternal exile bindeth me." "What?" he replied, as quickly on we went. "If ye are shades whom God deigns not on high, who guided you so far along his stairs?" "My teacher, then. If thou regard the marks which this one bears, and which the angel draws, thou'lt see that with the good he needs must reign. But whereas she, who spinneth night and day, had not as yet drawn off for him the flax, which Clotho lays and packs for every one, his soul, which sister is to thee and me, could not, in climbing here, come up alone, because it seeth not as we. Hence I, out of the ample throat of hell was drawn, to show the way to him, and I shall show it, as far as e'er my school can lead him on. But tell us, if thou knowest, why the mountain shook so just now, and why all seemed to shout with one accord, down to its oozy base." Thus, by his asking, he had threaded so the needle's eye of my desire, that merely with hope my thirst had come to be less craving. The former then began, "Nothing exists which this mount's sacred government can feel, that void of order is, or 'gainst its wont. From every change this place up here is free. Whate'er heaven's self from its own self receives, can be the cause of it, and nothing else. For neither rain, nor hail, nor snow, nor dew, nor frost falls any higher up than lies the little stairway at the 3 short steps. Clouds neither dense or rarefied appear, nor lightning flashes, nor yet Taumas' daughter, who often changes quarter in the world. Dry vapour goes no higher than the top of those 3 steps whereof I spoke to thee, and on which Peter's vicar hath his feet. Below, perhaps, it trembles more or less, but never quakes up here, because of wind concealed, I know not how, inside the earth. It trembles here whenever any soul feels pure enough to rise, or starts to climb, and such a cry as this endorses it. Of purity the will alone gives proof, which, seizing on the soul, now wholly free to change its company by willing, helps it. It wills this from the first, but that desire which 'gainst the will God's justice turns toward pain, as it was once toward sin, allows it not. And I, who have 500 years and more lain in this woe, felt only now within me a free volition for a better sphere. That's why thou didst the earthquake feel, and hear the pious spirits on this mountain praise that Lord, who soon, I pray, will send them up." He thus addressed us, and since one in drink delights, according as his thirst is great, I could not say how much he did me good. And my wise leader, "Now I see the net which holds you here, and how it opens, why it trembles here, and why ye all rejoice. Now, who thou wast, be pleased to let me know, and also let thy words include for me why thou hast lain so many centuries here. At that time, when helped by the Most High King, good Titus took due vengeance for the wounds, from which came forth the blood by Judas sold, I was in great renown. That spirit said, up yonder, with the name which longest lasts, and honours most, but not as yet with faith. So sweet my song, that though at Toulouse, Rome drew me to herself, where I deserved to have my temples crowned with myrtle wreath. Statius they call me still up there. Of Thebes I sang, of great Achilles next, but 'neath this second load I sank upon the way. The seeds of my enthusiasm were the sparks which warmed me of that fire divine, wherewith more than 1,000 poets are inflamed. I mean the Aeneid, which my mother was and nurse in poetry, and lacking which, not by a dram's weight had I stirred the scales. And to have lived on earth when Virgil lived, to one sun's period more would I consent than what I owe to issue from my ban. These words turned Virgil toward me with a look which silently, be silent, said, and yet the power that wills cannot do everything, for tears and laughter follow so the passion from which they each take rise, that least of all do they obey the will in those most truthful. I only smiled like one who winks, whereat the shade kept still and looked into my eyes, wherein expression is most fixed, and said, so mayest thou bring unto a happy end so great a toil. Why was it that thy face showed me just now the flashing of a smile? I now am caught on one side and the other. One asks for silence, the other conjures me to speak. I therefore sigh, and by my teacher am understood. Be not afraid to talk, the latter said to me, but speak, and tell him what he so eagerly desires to know. I therefore said, perhaps thou marvellest, O ancient spirit, at the smile I gave, but I would have still greater wonder seize thee. This spirit here, who upward leads mine eyes, that Virgil is, from whom thou didst of old derive the strength to sing of men and God. If thou hast given my smile some other cause, leave it as not the true one, and believe it was the words thyself didst say of him. Already was he stooping to embrace my teacher's feet, but he said, brother, no, for thou a shade, now dost a shade behold. Rising, he said, thou now canst understand the sum of love which warmeth me toward thee, since I forgot our disembodied state, and act with shades as if they solid were. Purgatorio 22. Purgatory, Statius, the angel of justice, the sixth ring, gluttony, instances of temperance. Already was the angel left behind. Instances of temperance. Already was the angel left behind, the angel who had toward the sixth ring turned us, after erasing from my face a wound, and he had said to us that those are blessed whose longing is for justice, and his words, with nothing further, ended this with thirst. Hence, lighter now than at the other passes, I so advanced that I, without fatigue, was following up the spirits who were swift, when Virgil thus began: "A love that flames, by virtue kindled, always lights another, if but its flame be outwardly revealed. And therefore, from the hour when Juvenal, who let me know thy love for me, came down among us in the borderland of hell, my goodwill hath been such toward thee that none e'er bound me more to one I had not seen. These stairs will, therefore, now seem short to me. But tell me, and forgive me as a friend, if too great confidence relax my rein, and as a friend converse with me henceforth. How was it avarice could find a place within thy breast, together with such wisdom as that wherewith thou by thy zeal wast filled?" At first these words made Statius smile a little, and then he answered, "Every word of thine is of thy love for me a precious proof. Things of a truth quite frequently appear, which offer one false arguments for doubt, because their real occasions are concealed. Thy question makes me sure of thy belief, due maybe to the ring where I was found, that I was in the last life avaricious. Know then that avarice was too far from me, and that this lack of temperance on my part thousands of courses of the moon have punished. And were it not that I corrected me, when I had understood thee in thy cry, indignant, as it were, with human nature, why dost thou not, O virtuous love of gold, govern the appetite of mortal men? I now, by rolling, feel the wretched jousts. I then perceived that hands could ope their wings too much in spending, and repented me of that as well as of my other sins. How many from the grave shall hairless rise, through ignorance which in life and at the last deprives them of repentance for this fault? Know too that any fault which of a sin is just the opposite, together with it drieth its green leaves here. If, therefore, I, to purge myself, have been among the folk who avarice bewail, to me it happened because of what was contrary thereto. When thou didst sing then of the cruel strife between the two afflictions of Jocasta, said he who sang bucolic songs, by that which Clio singeth with thee there, the fate without which doing good is not enough, had not, it seems, yet made thee a believer. If this be so, what sun, or else what candles, lightened thy darkness, so that thou thereafter didst set thy sails behind the fisherman? Thou first didst send me to Parnassus slopes to drink, he said to him, and then the first thou wast, who next to God illumined me. Thou didst like him who, when he walks by night, a light behind him bears nor helps himself, but maketh those that follow after see, when thou didst say, the age renews itself, justice returns, and man's primeval times, as down from heaven a new-born race descends. Through thee a poet I became, through thee a Christian. But that thou mayest better see my sketch, I'll set my hand to colour it. Pregnant already with the true belief, sold by the eternal kingdom's messengers, was every portion of the whole wide world. And now thy words, to which I've just referred, with these new preachers harmonized so well that I became accustomed to frequent them. Thereat So wholly did they come to seem, that when Domitian persecuted them, their lamentations did not lack my tears, and while I still remained in yonder world, I helped them, and their upright mode of life caused me to treat with scorn all other sects. And ere in poetry I led the Greeks to see the streams of Thebes, baptized I was, and yet through fear a secret Christian only. I long pretended faith in paganism. This lukewarmness around the fourth ring moved me till far beyond the fourth centennial year. Thou, therefore, that didst lift the covering veil, which hid from me the good whereof I speak, tell me, while we have still a little more to climb, where our old Terence is, and where Cecilius, Plautus, Varro, if thou know, tell me if they are damned, and in what ward. Both they and Perseus, I and many others, my leader answered him, are with the Greek, whom more than any else the Muses nursed, in the first circle of the sightless prison. And frequently we talk about the mount, which always hath our nurses on its slopes. Euripides and Antiphon are there with us, Simonides and Agathon, and many other Greeks, who once adorned their brows with laurel. There of thine own folk Antigone is seen, Deiphile, Agere, and as sad as once Ismene. There too may she be seen, who showed Languere. There is Tiresias' daughter, Thetis also, and with her sisters there, Diadamia. And now the poets, both of them, were silent, intent again on looking round, since free from climbing up and free from walls. And while 4 handmaids of the day had dropped behind, the 5th was at the sun-cast pole still upward, pointing its burning horn, whereat my leader, I think that it behooves us now to turn our right sides toward the outer edge and circle the mountain as our wont it is to do. Thus was our custom, our instructor there, and with less doubt we started on again because of that deserving soul's ascent. In front they went, and I behind alone, listening the while to what they had to say, which gave me understanding for my verse. But soon their pleasant talk a tree broke off, which in the middle of the road we found, with fruit agreeable and sweet to smell, and as a fir tree tapers up from branch to branch, so likewise this one tapered down, in order, I believe, that none may climb it. And on the side on which our path was closed, down from the lofty cliff the limpid stream was falling and spraying upward o'er its leaves. Then toward the tree the 2 bards turned their steps, and from among its leaves a voice cried out, "Of this food there will be for you a dearth." Then more did Mary think of honouring the marriage feast and making it complete than of her mouth, which pleadeth now for you. The ancient Roman women were content with water for their only drink, and Daniel thought little of his food, but wisdom gained. The primal age was beautiful as gold. With hunger it made acorns sweet to taste, and nectar every little brook with thirst. Honey and flying locusts were the food which fed the Baptist in the wilderness. Hence he is now as glorious and as great as by the gospel is revealed to you. Purgatorio 23. Purgatory, the 6th ring, gluttony, the punishment of gluttons. Foresi donati. while I, as likewise he is wont to do, who wastes his life in hunting little birds, was piercing thus the green leaves with mine eyes, my more than father said to me, "My son, come on now, for the time assigned to us should be more usefully distributed." I turned my face, and no less soon my steps, behind the sages, who so talked that walking they caused to be of no expense to me. Then lo, in tearful and in singing tones, "My lips, O Lord," was heard in such a way that to delight and sorrow it gave birth. "O gentle father, what is that I hear?" said I, and he then, "Shades who, moving on, loosen perhaps the knot of what they owe, as pilgrim travellers do, who, lost in thought, on meeting unknown people on the road, turn round to look at them but do not stop. Even so behind us, though more quickly moving, there came a band of souls who, as they passed, devout and silent, gazed at us in wonder. Each was expressionless and hollow-eyed, pale in his face, and lacking so in flesh that of his bones his skin assumed the shape. I do not think that even Erysichthon became so withered into utter skin because of fasting when he feared it most. Thinking within myself, I said, "Behold the people who once lost Jerusalem when Mary thrust her beak into her Son. The sockets of their eyes seemed gemless rings, and he that Omo reads in human faces would surely there have recognized the M. Who would believe the perfume of a fruit and odour of a water could so act, and cause such craving, if he knew not how?" I still was wondering what so famished them, because the reason of their being lean and of their wretched scurf was not yet clear, when, lo, a shade from deep within his head, turning his eyes toward me, looked hard, and then cried out aloud, "What grace is this to me?" I never should have known him by his face, but that to me was in his voice revealed, which in itself his aspect had suppressed. That spark rekindled all that I had known of that disfigured countenance, and thus I recognized it as Phorese's face. "Ah, prithee, heed thou not the dried-up scab," he pleaded, "which discolours thus my skin, nor any lack of flesh that I may have, but tell the truth about thyself, and who those two souls are who bear thee company. Refrain no longer from addressing me." I answered him, "Thy face, which once as dead I mourned for, gives me now no smaller cause for weeping, that I see it so disfigured. For God's sake tell me then what strips you thus. Make me not talk and wonder too, for ill can he converse who longs for something else." "A virtue from the eternal will," he said, "comes down into the water and the tree we left behind, whereby I thus grow lean. And all these people who in tears are singing because of following unchecked love of food, are here re-sanctified in thirst and hunger. The pleasant odour issuing from the fruit and from the spray which o'er the verdure spread kindles in us the wish to eat and drink, and not once only is our pain renewed, as on this floor we move around. Our pain, I say, though solace ought to be my word, for to the tree doth that same longing lead us, which once led Christ in happiness to cry, 'My God!' when with his blood he set us free. And I to him, Forese, from the day when thou didst for a better life change world, 5 years have not yet rolled away till now. If power of sinning further ended in thee before the coming of that happy hour of sorrow which reweddeth us to God, how is it that thou art come up here? I thought that I should find thee still below, down there, where time restores itself by means of time. Whence he to me, my Nella, with the tears which streamed from her, enabled me to drink the pleasant wormwood of this pain so soon. She with her pious prayers and with her sighs hath drawn me from the hillside where one waits, and freed me from the other lowerings. So much the dearer a delight to God is my poor widow, whom I loved so much, the more alone she is in doing right. For far more modest in its women is the wild Barbagia region of Sardinia than the Barbagia which I left her in. Oh, my dear brother, what wouldst have me say? I have e'en now a future time in sight, to which this hour will not be very old, when from the pulpit shameless Florence women will be prohibited to go abroad, showing their bosoms with the breasts exposed. What Barbary women, or what Saracens, have needed spiritual or other laws to keep them covered up when going out? But if the shameless ones were sure of what a swiftly moving heaven prepares for them, their mouths for howling would be open now. For if my foresight here deceive me not, they'll grieve ere that one's cheek grows hair, who still is hushed with lullabies. Now, brother, see, I pray that from me thou no longer hide. Thou seest that not only I, but all these people gaze where thou dost veil the sun. Hence I to him, if thou recall to mind what thou with me wast once, and with thee I, still grievous will our present memory be. Who goes before me turned me from that life the other day, when that one sister round was seen by you, and at the sun I pointed. Through the deep night hath he conducted me, and from among the truly dead, still clothed in this real flesh, which follows in his steps. Thence his encouragements have drawn me on, as up I climbed, and circled round the mount, which straightens you, whom cricket made the world. He says that he will make me his companion, till there I am, where Beatrice shall be. Up there without him must I needs remain. Virgil is he who tells me so. At him I pointed. And this other one, the shade, because of whom just now on every slope your realm, which from itself removes him, quaked. Purgatorio 14. Purgatory, the sixth ring, gluttony, instances of gluttony, the angel of temperance. Speaking slowed not our gait, nor did our gait our speaking, but still talking we went on apace, as by a fair wind driven a ship. The shades, meanwhile, who looked like things twice dead, drew wonder through their hollowed eyes at me when they perceived that I was still alive. And I, continuing my talking, said, He, for another's sake, is going up more slowly than perhaps he else would do. But if thou know, say where Picada is, and whether I see any here worth noting among these people who so gaze at me. My sister, who tween fair and good was most, I know not which, on high Olympus triumphs, happy already in the crown she wears. This he said first, and then, were not forbid to name each here, since by our abstinence our aspects are so greatly milked away. This bona giunta is, his finger showed him, the Luca bona giunta, while the face beyond him, more embroidered than the rest, had in his arms the Holy Church. Of Tours he was, and now by fasting expiates Bolsena's eels and rare Vernaccia wine. And many more he named me one by one, and all, when named, seemed satisfied. Hence I, because of this, saw not a gloomy act. Using their teeth through hunger, though in vain, I saw both Ubaldino della Pila and Boniface, who pastured with his crook much folk. I Ser Marchesi saw, who once had time to drink less dryly at Forli, yet such he was that he did not feel sated. But as one looks, and more of one man thinks than of another, so did I at him of Lucca, who, it seemed, most wished to know me. He murmured, and I heard I know not what, about Gentuca, muttered where he felt the wound of justice which consumes them so. O soul, that seems so fain to speak to me, said I, so do that I may understand, and with thy words appease thyself and me. There is a woman born, he then began, nor weareth yet the veil, who, howsoe'er it be reproached, shall cause my town to please thee. With this prevision shalt thou now go on, and if by what I murmured thou wast led astray, events shall make it clear to thee. But tell me whether him I here behold, who those new rhymes produced, which thus begin, ye ladies, who well know what loving is. And him I answered, I am one who heed when love within me breathes, and outwardly express myself as in me love dictates. O brother, now I see, said he, the bar which kept this side, the sweet new style I hear, the notary, Guittoni, and myself. I clearly see that your pens closely follow in the dictator's wake, which certainly was not the case with ours, and he who further sets himself most to look between these stars perceives no other difference. Whereupon, as if content with this, he ceased to speak. As birds that spend the winter along the Nile form in the air at times a flock, and then with greater speed fly on, and in a line advance, so likewise all the people there quicken their steps with faces turned around, since through their leanness light, and through their will. And as a man who weary is of running lets his companions go and only walks until the panting of his chest has ceased, even so Forese let the holy flock pass on, and saying, When shall I again behold thee? Came along behind with me. I know not, I replied, how long I'll live, but I shall not so soon return, that sooner I shall not with my will be on the shore, because the place where I was set to live strips itself further day by day of goodness, and now to dismal ruin seems ordained. Now go, said he, for him I see, who most hath blame for this, behind a beast's tail dragged down to the vale, where none e'er frees himself from fault. The beast with every step goes faster, and ever faster, till it hurls him down, and leaves his body in disgraceful plight. Those spheres have not much further to revolve. He raised his eyes toward heaven. Ere clear to thee will that become, which my words can explain no more. Stay now behind, for in this realm so precious is our time, that coming thus at even pace with thee, I lose too much. As at a gallop from a riding troop, a horseman issues forth at times, and goes to win the honour of the first encounter, so he with longer strides departed from us, and on the road with those two I remained, who of the world such mighty marshals were. When he had gone so far ahead, that now mine eyes became such followers of his form, as of his words my mind, the heavy laden and living branches of another tree appeared before me, not so far away, since toward it I had only then turned round. Beneath it, folk I saw, with upraised hands, who toward the foliage cried I know not what, like eager children who in vain beseech, while he to whom they pray replieth not, but with a view to make their longing keen, holds what they long for up, and hides it not. They then departed as if undeceived, and thereupon to that great tree we came, which turns away so many prayers and tears. Pass on without approaching. Higher up a tree there is which bitten was by Eve, and this one is an offshoot sprung from that. Thus said I know not who among the branches. Hence Virgil, I, and Statius close together, advanced along the side which rises up. Recall, he said, those cursed cloud-born creatures, who, gorged with food and drink, 'gainst Theseus strove with double breast. The Hebrews too recall, who at their drinking showed that they were soft, whence, as his fellows, Gideon had them not, when he on Midian down the hills advanced. Thus, hugging close one margin of the ring we passed, and heard of gluttonies, which once were followed by distressful gains. Then, spreading out across the lonely path, more than 1,000 steps had borne us on, in contemplation each without a word. What think ye three, as thus alone ye go? A voice cried suddenly, whereat I started, as scared and sluggish beasts are wont to do. I raised my head to see who this might be, and ne'er were metals in a furnace seen, or glass as red and bright as one I saw, who said, If ye are pleased to mount above, ye must in this direction turn aside. This way goes he who goes in quest of peace. His aspect had bereft me of my sight. I therefore turned and stepped behind my teachers, like one who guides his feet by what he hears. And as, when heralding the light of dawn, the breeze of May sheds fragrance as it stirs, all redolent of grasses and of flowers, so 'gainst my brow I felt a zephyr stroke, and well perceived the motion of the wing, which made me scent ambrosian odours there. Blessed are they whom so much grace illumes, I heard one saying, that the love of taste stirs not too great a longing in their breast, but always hunger only as is right. Purgatorio 25. Purgatory, the seventh ring, lust. Sensuality punished. Instances of chastity. The hour was when ascent brooked no delay, because the sun had left the noontime ring to Taurus, as to Scorpio had the night, Therefore, as doth a man who, whatsoe'er appear to him, stops not, but goes his way, if spurred by goading of necessity, so, one before the other, through the gap we entered in, and took the flight of stairs, which by its narrowness parts those who climb. And, like the little stork, which lifts its wings, because it longs to fly, but ventures not to leave its nest, and lets them droop again, even such was I, with kindled and with quenched desire to ask, when coming to the act of one who starts to speak. Nor, though our pace was fast, did my dear father check himself, but said to me, "Discharge the bow of speech, which to the arrow-head thou now hast drawn." With confidence I opened then my mouth, and said, "How can one possibly grow lean, when need of nourishment doth not obtain?" "Shouldst thou recall," he said, "how, when the brand was burning, Meleager was consumed, this would not be so difficult for thee. And shouldst thou think how, at your quivering, your image quivers in the looking-glass, that which seems hard to thee would easy seem. But that thou ease thee to thy heart's content, lo, here is Statius, him I call, and beg that he be now a healer of thy wounds." "If I unfold for him the eternal view when in thy presence," Statius then replied, "be my excuse that I cannot refuse thee." He then began, "If, son, thy mind shall hear and understand my words, they'll prove a light for thee unto the how which thou dost ask. The perfect blood, which by the thirsty veins is never drunk, but stays, as doth the food which from the table thou dost take away, gets in the heart a power informative for all the human members, being that which floweth through the veins to form the same. When redigested, it flows down to parts, whereof more seemly silence is than speech. Then on another's blood it trickles thence into the natural vessel. There both meet, passive the one, the other active, since perfect the place from which it was distilled. Joining the former, it begins to work, coagulating first, then quickening that which it had formed as matter for itself. The active virtue now become a soul, as of a plant, though so far differing from it, that this is on its way and that arrived. So worketh next, that now it moves and feels like fungi of the sea, then undertakes to organize the powers whose germ it is. That virtue's sun now spreads and now extends, which from the generator's heart derives, where nature on all members is intent. But how from animal it comes to be a child, thou seest not yet. A point so hard, it led a wiser man than thou so far astray, that in his teaching from the soul he parted the potential intellect, because he saw no organ it assumed. Open thy mind unto the coming truth, and know that when the brain's organization is in the fetus to perfection brought, the primal mover, glad of such a work of nature, turns toward it, and breathes therein a spirit new and full of powers, which draws into its substance what it active finds therein, and so becomes a single soul which lives and feels, and on itself reflects. and that the less thou wonder at my words. Consider how to wine the sun's heat turns, when joined to juices flowing from the vine. When lachesis hath no more thread, the soul frees itself from the flesh, and bears away potentially the human and divine. Mute one, and all the other faculties, with memory, intelligence, and will, far keener in their action than before. Then, without stopping, of itself it falls in wondrous way to one or other shore. Here first it learns its road. As soon as place has circumscribed it there, the forming virtue rays round it in the same degree and way as when the members were alive. As when the members were alive it did, and as the air, when fully charged with rain, is by another's rays, which it reflects within itself, adorned with many hues. So here the neighbouring air takes on the shape the soul which settled there impresses on it, as would a seal by its own forming power, and afterward, as doth the little flame which follows fire where'er it changes place, so the new shape accompanies its spirit, which, since it hence takes visibility, is called a shade, and therewith organizes each of the senses up to that of sight. By means of this we speak, by means of this we laugh, and by this means we make the tears and sighs thou mayest have heard upon the mount. As our desires and other passions move us, our shade takes shape accordingly, and this the reason is of what thou wonderest at. We now had reached the final circling place, and to the right hand, having turned our steps, intent we were upon another care. The bank here outwardly shoots forth a flame, while upward from the ledge below a blast is breathed, which drives it back and keeps it up. Hence, one by one, along the open side we had to walk, while I on one hand feared the fire, and on the other falling down. My leader said to me, "Along this path a tight rein must be kept upon one's eyes, for one might very easily go wrong." "O God of highest clemency," I then heard sung within the bosom of the fire, whose glowing no less made me wish to turn, and spirits moving through the flame I saw. Hence at their steps I looked, and at mine own, lending my eyes to each from time to time. After the lines with which that hymn concludes, aloud they shouted, "I know not a man." Then, in low tones, began the hymn again. They cried again, this ended, "To the woods Diana kept, and thence drove Helice, for having known the taste of Venus' poison." Then they resumed the song, and then proclaimed the names of wives and husbands who were chaste, as virtue and the marriage state enjoin. And this course, I believe, suffices them for all the period during which the fire is burning them, and such the care and diet wherewith the wound is finally sewed up. Purgatorio 26. Purgatory, the seventh ring, lust. Instances of natural and of unnatural lust. While thus, one for the other, long the edge we went, and my good teacher often said, "Attention pay, and let my warning help thee." The sun, which with its rays was changing now from azure all the western skies to white, was on my right side striking me, and I was, with my shadow, giving to the flame a brighter red. I noticed many shades give heed to this small sign as on they moved. This was what started them to speak of me, and they began to say among themselves, "That one seems not to have an unreal body." Then some of them, as far as possible, drew near to me, though always with due care not to come out where they would not be burned. "O thou that goest on behind the rest, though not from sloth but from respect, perhaps reply to me, who burn with thirst and fire. Nor is by me alone thine answer needed, for all these here have greater thirst therefore than Indians or Ethiopians for cold water. Inform us how it is that with thyself thou makest thus a wall against the sun, as if thou hadst not entered death's snare yet." Thus one of them addressed me, and at once, had I declared myself, had I not heeded another novelty which then appeared. For through the middle of the flaming road, folk with their faces turned the other way came on, and made me stop to gaze at them. There all the shades on every side I see make haste, and without stopping kiss each other, with this short form of greeting satisfied. Thus one ant from among its dark host touches its muzzle to another's to obtain, perhaps, directions as to path or fortune. As soon as they leave off their friendly greeting, and ere the first step has been taken there, each struggles to outcry the other shade. The new-come band shouts, "Sodom and Gomorrah!" The other, "In the cow Pasiphae reclines, that to her lust the bull may run." Thereat, like cranes, if some of them should fly toward the Riphaean heights, and toward the sands the rest, these shunning ice and those the sun, one band departs, the other comes along, and weeping to their previous song they turn, and to the cry which best befitteth them. Then those same shades who had entreated me drew near to me as they had done before, with eagerness to listen in their looks, and I, who twice had seen what they desired, began, "O souls, who now are sure of having, whenever it may be, a state of peace, my body's members have not stayed beyond, either unripe or ripe, but with their blood and with their joints are really with me here. I hence go up, to be no longer blind. On high a lady wins us grace, whereby I carry through your world my mortal part. But so may your best wish be soon fulfilled, in order that that heaven may shelter you, which, full of love, is amplest in its spread. Tell me, that I may rule more paper for it, both who ye are, and what is yonder crowd, which onward goes its way behind your backs." A mountaineer becomes not otherwise confused, nor looking round grows dumb, when, rough and wild, he enters first a town, than each shade did in its appearance there. But when set free from that astonishment, which soon diminishes in high-born hearts, the one who questioned me before resumed, "Happy art thou, that shippest thus experience of these our bounds, that better thou mayst live. The people who come not along with us in that offended, for which Caesar once, when triumphing, heard Queen cried out against him. From us they therefore separate with cries of Sodom, and by self-reproach assist, as thou hast heard, the burning by their shame. Our sin was intersexual, but since we, by following our appetites like beasts, failed to conform ourselves to human law, to our confusion, when we leave the others, her name we cry, who bestialized herself by lying in the beast-resembling frame. Thou knowest now our deeds, and what our guilt, if who we are thou'dst know, perhaps by name. There is no time to tell, nor could I do it. As to myself, I'll rid thee of thy wish. I'm Guido Guinizelli, and purge me now, because of grieving well before the end. As in Lycurgus' anguish those two sons became, when they again beheld their mother, even such did I, though I went not so far, when him I heard self-named, who father was to me and others better men than I, who e'er made sweet and graceful rhymes of love. Hence, lost in thought, nor hearing aught or speaking, I moved, and long I gazed at him in wonder, but for the fire no nearer drew to him. When I, with looking, had been fully fed, I put myself entirely at his service, with those assurances which win belief. And he, thou leav'st in me a memory from what I hear so great and plain, that Lethe can neither wipe it out nor make it dim. But if thy words swore what was true just now, tell me, why hast thou by thy speech and looks revealed to me that thou dost hold me dear? And I to him, 'twas those sweet rhymes of yours, which, while the modern form of speech endures, will e'er endear me to their very ink. Brother, he said, he whom I indicate, he pointed at a spirit on a head, was of his mother tongue a better smith. In love songs and in stories of romance he vanquished all. Hence let those fools talk on, who think the limousine excelleth him. To rumour, rather than to truth, they turn their faces, forming their opinions thus, ere art or reason have by them been heeded. Thus with Guittone many ancients did, giving from cry to cry to him alone the prize, until with most the truth prevailed. If now so amply privileged thou art, that lawful is thy going to the cloister, where Christ is abbot of the brotherhood, a pater noster say to him for me, or all of it that we in this world need, wherein no longer it is ours to sin. And then, perhaps to yield his place to one near by him there, he vanished through the fire, as to the bottom would a fish through water. Toward him who had been pointed out I moved a little way, and said that my desire was for his name a gracious place preparing. Your courteous question, he unurged began, delighteth me so much that I cannot, nor do I wish to, hide myself from you. Ah, no, am I, who going weep and sing, with sorrow my past folly I behold, and see with joy the hoped for coming day. Now, by the power which guides you to the top of this short flight of stairs, I beg of you, be mindful in due time of this my pain. Then, in the fire refining them, he hid. Purgatorio 27. Purgatory, the seventh ring. Lust, the angel of purity. Dante's third dream. Virgil's last words. As when he sends his earliest quivering beams where his creator shed his blood, while Ebro 'neath lofty Libra falls, and Ganges' waves are being scalded by the heat of noon, so stood the sun. Daylight was hence departing, when God's glad messenger appeared to us. Outside the flames, upon the bank he stood, and in a voice far clearer than his hours was singing, "Blessed are the pure in heart. No further may ye go, ye holy souls, until the fire have burned you. Enter it, and be not deaf unto the song beyond," he told us next, when we were near to him. Hence I, on hearing him, became like one who in the grave is laid. Clasping my hands together over them, I bowed and watched the fire, while vivid images I formed of human bodies I had once seen burned. Toward me my kindly escorts turned around, and Virgil said to me, "There may, my son, be pain here, but not death. Recall to mind, if even on Gerion's back I safely led thee, what shall I do now that nearer God I am? Assuredly believe that, if within the centre of this flame thou shouldst for even 1,000 years remain, it could not make thee lose a single hair. And if, perchance, thou think that I deceive thee, draw near to it, and make thyself believe with thine own hands upon thy garment's hem. Lay now aside all fear. Turn round toward me and come ahead assured." And yet, though 'gainst my conscience, I moved not. On seeing me, still motionless and firm, somewhat disturbed, he said, "Now see, my son, this wall remains 'tween Beatrice and thee." As Pyramus, when dying at the name of Thisbe, oped his eyes and looked at her, what time the mulberry became vermilion, even so, my stubbornness becoming weak, I turned to my wiser leader when I heard the name that ever wells up in my heart. Thereat he shook his head and said, "What's this? Do we on this side wish to stay?" Then smiled, as one does at a child an apple wins. Then, entering the fire in front of me, Statius he begged to come behind, who erst had over a long road divided us. When once inside, I would have thrown myself that I might cool me into boiling glass, so without measure was the burning there. My tender father, to encourage me, talked as we moved of Beatrice alone, and said, "I seem to see her eyes already." A voice that sang upon the further side was guiding us, and we, on it alone intent, came forth to where the ascent began. "Ye blessed of my father, come," was said within a light there, such that I thereby was overcome, and could not look at it. "The sun is setting, and the evening comes," it added. "Tarry not, but hasten on, while yet the western sky has not grown dark." Straight upward went the pathway through the rock, in such direction that in front of me I cut the low sun's rays. Not many stairs had we yet tried, when I and my wise leaders were, by my shadows vanishing, aware that back of us the sun had gone to rest, and ere in all of its unmeasured range the horizon had assumed one single tone, and night had everywhere diffused itself. Each of a step had made himself a bed, because the nature of the mount deprived us rather of power to climb than of desire. Like goats which, swift of foot and wanton once, when on the mountain heights, ere being fed, grow tamely quiet when they ruminate, all silent in the shade, while yet the sun is hot, and guarded by a herd who leans upon his staff and serves them as he leans, and like the shepherd in the open living, who calmly spends the night beside his flock, and keepeth watch, lest some wild animal should scatter it. Even such all three of us were then, I like a goat, and they like shepherds, by the high rock hemmed in on either side. But little of the outer world could there be seen, but through that little I perceived the stars more bright and larger than their wont. While I was ruminating thus, and thus was gazing at them, sleep o'ertook me, sleep which oft receiveth news of future things before they are. At that same hour, methinks, when Cytherea, who it seems e'er burns with fires of love, beamed first upon the mount from out the east, dreaming, I seemed to see a lady, young and fair, who, gathering flowers, was walking through a field, and as she sang, said, "Know, who asks my name, that I am Lear, and that I move my lovely hands about to make myself a wreath, to please myself when at my mirror I adorn me here, but never doth my sister Rachel leave her looking-glass, but sits there all day long. Her pleasure is to see her lovely eyes, as mine is to adorn me with my hands. Seeing contenteth her, and doing me." And now, before the splendid beams of dawn, which rise with greater thanks from travellers, as, coming home, they lodge less far away, the shades of night were fleeing everywhere, and with them sleep. Hence I arose, and saw that my great teachers had already risen. That pleasant fruit, which on so many boughs the care of men is ever looking for, shall give thine every hunger peace to-day. These were the very words which Virgil used when turned toward me, and never were there gifts which in their sweetness could have equalled these. Such longing upon longing overcame me to be above, that at each step thereafter I felt my pinions growing for the flight. When all the stairway had beneath us passed, and we were standing on its topmost step, on me then Virgil fixed his eyes and said, "The temporal and the eternal fire, my son, thou now hast seen, and to a place art come where I can of myself no further see. I brought thee here by genius and by art. Henceforth, as leader, thine own pleasure take. Forth art thou from both steep and narrow paths. Behold the sun there shining on thy brow. Behold the tender grass, the flowers and shrubs, which here the soil yields of itself alone. until in happiness those lovely eyes appear, which, weeping, made me come to thee. Thou mayest be seated, or among them walk. From me expect no further word or sign. Free, right, and sound is thine own will, and wrong were not to act according to its hest. Hence, o'er thyself I crown and mitre thee. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a quartet of spiritual experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Purgatorio 28. Terrestrial Paradise, the Divine Forest, Matilda, the River Lethe. Keen now to look within and round about the wood divine, whose foliage dense and green was tempering for mine eyes the new day's light. Waiting no longer there, I left the edge, and entered very slowly on the plain, across a soil which everywhere breathed fragrance. A pleasant breeze, unvaried in itself, smote me upon the forehead with a stroke no greater than a gently blowing wind, whereby the branches, trembling readily, were all of them in that direction swaying, where first the holy mount its shadow casts, yet ne'er deflecting from their upright state so much, that on their tops the little birds should give up practising their every art, but singing with full gladness, they received the earliest breezes among the leaves, which sang in undertone a burden to their songs, like that which gathers strength from bough to bough throughout the grove of pines on Chiassi's shore, when Iolus has set Sirocco free. My slow steps now had carried me so far inside the ancient wood that I no longer could see whence I had entered it. Then, lo! a stream deprived me of advancing further, which, with its little waves, was toward the left, bending the grass which sprang upon its bank. All waters, which are purest here on earth, would seem to have within themselves some mixture, if they should be compared to that one there, which hideth naught, though very darkly flowing neath the perpetual shade, which ne'er allows the rays of sun or moon to shine on it. I checked my feet, and with mine eyes passed on, beyond the little stream, to gaze upon the great variety of flowering trees. And there, as when aught suddenly appears that turns through wonder every thought aside, a lady all alone appeared to me, who singing went her way, and picking flowers, wherewith her path on every side was painted. Prithee, fair lady, thou that in love's beams art warming thee, if outward looks I trust, which used to be a witness to the heart, let it thy pleasure be, said I to her, to draw thee forward toward this stream so far, that I may understand what thou art singing. Thou makest me recall both where and what Proserpina was at the time when her mother lost, and she the flowers of spring, as turns around a lady who, while dancing, her feet together keeps, and on the ground, and hardly sets one foot before the other, so on the little red and yellow flowers turned she toward me, no otherwise than would a virgin lowering her modest eyes, and satisfied my prayers, for near to me she drew in such a way that her sweet tones reached me with all of their significance. As soon as she was where the grass is bathed by that fair river's wavelets, she conferred on me the gift of raising up her eyes, nor do I think so bright a light shone forth from under Venus' eyelids, when, transfixed, wholly against his custom, by her son. As, smiling on the other bank she stood, her hands kept picking other bright-hued flowers, which without seed the highland there brings forth. The river kept us still 3 steps apart, but even the Hellespont, where Xerxes crossed it, a bridle still to every human pride, endured no greater hatred from the Ander because it surged between Sestos and Abydos, than this from me because it then oped not. "Newcomers are ye," she began, "and hence, because I smile in this place which was chosen for human nature as its nest. Some doubt, perhaps, still keeps you wondering here, and yet the psalm called Delectasti gives you light, which from your minds can drive away your mist. And thou that art in front, and didst entreat me, say whether thou wouldst hear aught else, for I came ready for thine every question's need." "The water and the music of the wood," said I, "impugn in me a recent faith in what I heard which contradicted this." When she, "I'll tell thee how from its own cause proceedeth that which makes thee wonder now, and clear the mist obstructing thee. The good supreme, which only by itself is pleased, made man both good and apt to good, and gave him this place as earnest of eternal peace. Through his own fault he but a little while stayed here, through his own fault for tears and toil exchanged he honest laughter and sweet play, in order that the trouble which below the earth's and water's exhalations cause by their own trend, which is to follow heat as best they may, should wage no war on man. This mountain rose up toward the sky thus far, and free from them it is from where its lot. And now, since all the atmosphere revolves and circles with the sphere of primal motion, unless its whirling ground be somewhere broken, such motion strikes against this eminence, which in the living air is wholly free, and makes the forest, which is dense, resound. And so much power hath the stricken plant, that with its virtue it imbues the air, which by revolving scatters it about. The other land, as able of itself, or through its climate, next conceives and bears the diverse qualities of diverse trees. If this were heard, it would not seem to be a wonder yonder, when a plant takes root without there being evidence of seed. And thou must know that all this holy plain, where thou art now, is full of every seed, and fraught with fruit which yonder is not picked. The water thou beholdest wells not up from fountains fed by mists condensed by cold, as doth a stream which gains and loses breath, but issues from a sure and constant fount, which by the will of God regains as much as, open on both sides, it poureth forth. On this side with a virtue it descends, which takes from men all memory of sin. On the other it restoreth that of all good deed. On this side it is Lethe called, on the other Eunoe, and worketh not till tasted both on this side and on that. This greater is than are all other savours, and though thy thirst might be completely sated, should I reveal no more to thee, I'll give thee a corollary as a further grace. Nor do I think my words will be less dear to thee, should they extend beyond my promise. Those who, in ancient times, sang of the age of gold, and of its happy state, perchance dreamed on Parnassus of this very place. Here was the root of mankind innocent. Springs, flowers, and every fruit are always here. The nectar this, whereof all poets speak. Thereat I turned around, and having faced my poets, I perceived that they had heard this last interpretation with a smile. Then toward the Lady Beautiful I turned my face. Purgatorio 29. Terrestrial Paradise, the River Lethe, the mystic pageant of the church. Singing as an enamoured lady would, when once her words were ended, she went on, "Blessed are they whose sins are covered up." And like the nymphs who used to go alone through woodland shades, desiring one to see, the other to avoid the sun, she then moved counter to the stream's course, going up along its bank, and I at even pace, matching her little steps with steps as small. Her paces were, with mine, not yet 100, when both the margins equally were bent in such a way that toward the east I faced. Nor had we yet as far again moved on, when round toward me the lady wholly turned, and said, "My brother, look and listen now." And lo, so bright a lustre suddenly traversed the mighty wood in all directions, that I of lightning was compelled to think. But since this ceases as it comes, while that the longer it endured, the brighter grew, within me I kept saying, "What is this?" And through the illumined air was running now a gentle melody. Hence righteous zeal made me reproach the hardihood of Eve, who, while both earth and heaven obedient were, the only woman, and but just created, could not endure to stay beneath a veil, 'neath which, if she had but devoutly kept, I should have tasted those unspeakable delights before, and for a longer time. While I, mid such first fruits of bliss eternal, was going all enrapt, and eager still for further joys, in front of us the air, 'neath the green boughs, became a blazing fire, and that sweet sound was now known as a song. O Virgin sacrosanct, if I have ever been hungry, cold, or sleepless for your sake, good reasons spur my claiming a reward. For me now Helicon must pour her streams, and with her choir Urania give me help to set in verse things difficult to think. A little further on, the lengthy space still intervening between ourselves and them showed falsely what appeared 7 trees of gold. But when I'd drawn so near to them, that now the common object which deceiveth sense, because of distance lost no attribute, the virtue which prepares discourse for reason, perceived that they were candlesticks, and heard Hosanna in the voices of the song. Above the fair array flamed far more brightly than in unclouded skies the midnight moon, when at the middle of our monthly course. Filled with astonishment, I turned around to my good Virgil, and he answered me with looks no less with wonder fraught. I then gazed back again at those exalted things, which toward us moved so slowly, that outrun they would have been by newly wedded brides. The lady chided me. Why dost thou gaze so ardently at those bright lights alone, and dost not look at that which follows them? I then saw people who were coming on, as if behind their leaders clothed in white, and never was such whiteness here on earth. The water was resplendent on my left, and like a mirror, if I looked in it, reflected back my body's left to me. When I was on my bank so placed that now only the river kept me at a distance, I checked my steps that I might better see, and I beheld the little flames advance, leaving the air behind them bright with colour, and looked like strokes a painter's brush had drawn, so that above the air remained marked out by 7 long bands, all in the hues wherewith the sun his bow and Delia makes her belt. These standards further to the rear extended than I could see. As far as I could judge, the outermost 10 paces were apart. There now were coming, 'neath as fair a sky as I describe here, 24 elders, 2 at a time, and crowned with fleur-de-lis, and all of them were saying, Blessed be thou, among Adam's daughters, aye, and blessed be throughout eternity thy beauteous charms. After the flowers and other tender blooms in front of me upon the other bank had been set free from that elected folk, as in the sky star follows after star, so after these 4 living creatures came, each with a wreath of verdant foliage crowned, and each of them was feathered with 6 wings, their feathers full of eyes, and these were such as, were they living, Argus eyes would be. I'll waste no more rhymes, reader, to describe their forms, for other spending so constrains me that I in this one cannot be profuse. But read thou in Ezekiel, who depicts them, as from the sky's cold parts he saw them move, accompanied by wind and clouds and fire, and such as in his pages thou wilt find them, such were they here, except that as to wings, John is with me, and disagrees with him. The space extending between the 4 contained a triumph chariot moving on 2 wheels, which came along drawn by a griffin's neck. Both of his wings, the latter stretched on high, between the mid-banner and the 3 and 3, so that by cleaving it he injured none. So high they rose that they were lost to sight. His members were of gold, as far as bird he was, and white the others mixed with red. Not only Rome, now with so fair a car, made Africanus or Augustus glad, but even the suns were poor compared with this, the suns which, when it lost its way, was burned in answer to the suppliant earth's request, when Jupiter inscrutably was just. At its right wheel 3 ladies in a ring came dancing on. The first so red that hardly would she be noticed if in fire she were, and such the second was, as if her flesh and very bones were made of emerald. The third one looked like newly fallen snow, and now led by the white one they appeared, now by the red, and from the latter's song the others took their time, both slow and fast. Upon the left hand 4 in purple clothed were making glad, according to the gait of one of them with 3 eyes in her head. Behind the whole group I have here described, 2 old men I beheld, unlike in clothes, but like in mien, both dignified and grave, one showed himself a pupil of that great Hippocrates, whom for the animals she loves most dearly nature made. The other revealed the opposite intention with a sword so glittering and sharp that though I stood on this side of the stream, it caused me fear. Then 4 I saw, who were of humble mien, and back of all an aged, keen-faced man, advancing by himself and lost in sleep. These 7 were robed in garments which resembled those of the primal company, though on their heads they wore not lily garlands, but were crowned with roses and with other crimson flowers. A distant sight of them had made one swear that all on fire they were above their brows. And when the chariot was abreast of me, thunder was heard, whereat those worthy people appeared to have advance forbidden them, and stopped there with the standards in their van. Purgatorio 30. Terrestrial Paradise, Lethe. Appearance of Beatrice. Disappearance of Virgil. When the septentrion of the highest heaven, which never either setting knew or rising, or veil of other mist than that of guilt, and which was causing every creature there to know his duty, as the lower one makes him who turns the helm to reach a port, stopped suddenly. The people of the truth, who first had come between it and the griffin, turned around toward the car as toward their peace, and one of them, as though from heaven sent down, sang thrice aloud, "Come thou from Lebanon, my spouse!" And all the rest sang after him. As at the last trump call, each of the blessed will quickly rise from out his tomb and sing the Hallelujah with a voice regained. Even so there rose upon the car divine at such an elder's voice 100 servants and message-bearers of eternal life. They all were saying, "Blessed be thou that cometh," and strewing flowers on high and all around. "Oh, scatter forth your lilies with full hands." I've seen ere now, when day began to dawn, the eastern skies all rosy, and the rest adorned with beauty and serenity, and then the sun rise with its face o'ershadowed in such a way that through the tempering of mists the human eye could long endure it. So, likewise, standing in a cloud of flowers, which rose from angel hands and fell again within and out the car, a lady, crowned with a wreath of olives or a pure white veil, appeared before me, 'neath a cloak of green, clothed with the colour of a living flame. My spirit hereupon, which for so long a time had not been trembling in her presence, or felt itself all broken down with awe, with no more knowledge of her by mine eyes, but through a hidden virtue issuing from her, felt the great power of the olden love. As soon as that high virtue smote my sight, which formerly had pierced me through and through, ere I had passed beyond my boyhood's years, round to the left I turned me with the trust wherewith an infant to its mother runs, whenever terrified or in distress, to say to Virgil, "Less now than a dram of blood remains in me that is not trembling. I feel the tokens of the olden flame." But Virgil now had left us of himself deprived, Virgil, my dearest father Virgil, to whom for my salvation I had given me. Nor yet did all our ancient mother lost avail to keep my cheeks, though cleansed with dew, from turning dark again because of tears. Dante, though Virgil leave, weep thou not yet. Weep thou not yet, for thou wilt need to weep by reason of another sword than this. Even as an admiral, who both on stern and prow comes to behold the men that serve on the other ships, and urge them to do well. So likewise on the left side of the car, when I had turned around me at the sound of mine own name, which here must needs be mentioned, I saw the lady who had first appeared concealed beneath the angels' festival direct her eyes toward me across the stream. Although the veil, which from her head hung down, encircled by Minerva's olive leaves, did not allow her to appear distinctly, she went on royally, still stern in mien, as one doth who, when speaking, holdeth back his warmest words. Look at us well, for we indeed are Beatrice. How wast thou able to approach the mountain? Didst thou not know that man is happy here? My lowered eyes fell on the limpid stream, but when I saw myself reflected there, I drew them to the grass, so great the shame that weighed my forehead down. As to a child a mother seems severe, so she to me for bitter tastes the savour of harsh pity. Silent she kept. Then suddenly the angels chanted, "In thee, Lord, have I set my trust." But further than my feet they did not go. Even as the snow among the living beams grown on the back of Italy is frozen when blown and hardened by Slavonian winds, and then when melting trickles through itself, if but the land that loses shadows breathe, and thus seems like a fire that melts a candle. Even so was I, with neither tears nor sighs, before the song of those who ever tune their notes to music of eternal spheres. But when I heard in their sweet harmonies the sympathy they had for me, far more than had they said, "Why, lady, shame him so," the ice bound tightly round my heart was turned to breath and water, and through mouth and eyes issued with anguish from my inmost breast. Then she, still standing motionless upon the same side of the car, addressed those sympathetic creatures with these words: "Ye keep your watches through the eternal day, so that nor night nor slumber robs from you one step the world may take upon its course. My answer hence is made with greater care, that he who yonder weeps may understand, and guilt and sorrow of one measure be, not only through the work of those great spheres, which to some end directly guide each seed, according as the stars are its companions, but through the bounty of the grace divine, which for its reign hath clouds so very high, our eyes cannot approach them. This one here was such potentially in early life, that all right dispositions would have had wondrous results in him. But all the more malign and savage doth a soil become, when sown with evil seed, and left untilled, the better and more vigorous it is. I for a while sustained him with my face, and showing him my youthful eyes, I led him along with me turned in the right direction. But when the threshold of my second age I reached, and changed my life, he took himself away from me, and gave him to another. And when from flesh to spirit I had risen, and beauty and virtue had increased in me, less dear and pleasing was I then to him, and o'er an untrue path he turned his steps, following deceitful images of good, which naught that they have promised pay in full. Nor yet did it avail me to obtain the inspirations wherewith both in dreams and otherwise I called him back. He cared so little for them. So low down he fell, that short were now all means for his salvation, save showing him the people that are lost. I visited the gateway of the dead for this, and unto him who guided him up hither, fraught with tears, my prayers were borne. God's high fate-ordered will would broken be, if Lethe should be passed, and should such food be tasted without paying first the scot of penitence, made manifest by tears. Purgatorio 31. Terrestrial Paradise. Dante's Confession. His immersion in Lethe. Beatrice unveiled. O thou that art across the sacred stream, toward me directing with its point her speech, which even edgewise had seemed sharp to me, continuing she began without delay. Say, if this be true, to such a charge must thy confession be united now. My strength was so confounded that my voice began to move, and wholly died away, ere by its organs it had been released. A while she bore it then. What thinkest thou? She said. Reply, for thy sad memories are not extinguished by the water yet. Perplexity and fear together mixed extorted such a yes from out my mouth that eyes to hear its utterance were required. Even as a crossbow breaks its cord and bow whenever with too great attention shot, and with less force the arrow strikes its mark, so 'neath that heavy burden I broke down, and as I poured forth gushing tears and sighs, my voice more slowly through its passage came. Then she, across the paths which I desired, and which were leading thee to love the good, beyond which there is nothing one can wish, what trenches didst thou find, or hindering chains, for which thou thus must needs despoil thyself of hope of further progress on thy way? What luring charms, or what advantages displayed themselves upon the brows of others, that thou shouldst pay thy passing court to them? Thereat, when I had heaved a bitter sigh, I scarcely had the voice to make an answer, and painfully my lips gave form to it. Weeping, I said, things at the present turned with their delusive joy my steps aside, as soon as e'er your face was hid from me. Hadst thou been silent, or hadst thou denied, said she, what thou confessest, no less clear would be thy guilt, since known by such a judge. But when self-accusation of one's sin from one's own cheek breaks forth in this our court, the wheel is turned to blunt the sharpened edge. And yet, that for thy fault thou mayst be now the more ashamed, and that when thou again shalt hear the sirens thou mayst stronger be, desist thou now from sowing tears, and hark, so shalt thou hear o'er what a different path my buried body should have moved thy feet. Nature ne'er showed thee, nor did art, such beauty as did the pleasing members which enclosed me, and which are scattered now, dissolved in earth. Hence, if the highest pleasure failed thee thus by reason of my death, what mortal thing should afterward have drawn thee to desire it? At the first arrow of deceitful things, thou surely oughtest to have risen up to follow me, who was no longer such. Thy wings at least should not have been weighed down to wait for further blows from some young girl or other vain thing of as brief a youth. A young bird waits for 2 blows or for 3, but for the eyes of fully feathered birds a net is spread or arrow shot in vain. As children who are silent when ashamed, and with their eyes upon the ground keep listening, and conscience-stricken and repentant are, so I remained, and she, since thou art grieved because of hearing me, lift up thy beard, and thou from seeing shalt receive more grief. With less resistance is a sturdy oak uprooted, either by our native wind, or by the wind that blows from Java's land. Then I at her behest raised up my chin, and when by beard she asked to see my face, I well perceived the venom in her words. Thereafter, when my face was raised again, I saw that those first creatures were at rest from strewing flowers, and thereupon mine eyes, which were as yet but partially assured, saw Beatrice turn toward the animal which in two natures one sole person is. Though 'neath her veil and crossed the stream, it seemed to me that she surpassed her old-time self more than she did all others when on earth. So pricked me now the nettle of repentance, that of all other things what turned me most unto its love became to me most hostile. Whereat such great contrition gnawed my heart, that overcome I fell, and what I then became she knows, who gave me cause for it. Then, when my heart restored my outward strength, I saw the lady I found alone above me, saying, "Hold on to me, hold on to me!" Into the stream she had already borne me, up to my neck, and dragging me behind her, light as a shuttle o'er its top was moving. When I was near the blessed shore, I heard, "Purge me with hyssop," said in tone so sweet that far from writing I cannot recall it. The lovely lady, stretching out her arms, embraced my head and plunged me in the stream so far that I was forced to drink its water. Drawing me thence, she set me, when thus bathed, within the dance ring of the lovely four, and each of them embraced me with her arm. Nymphs are we here, and in the sky are stars. Ere Beatrice came down into the world, we were ordained to be her maids. We'll lead thee to see her eyes, but for the joyous light therein, the three upon the other side, who more profoundly gaze, will sharpen thine. Thus singing they began, and thereupon they led me with them to the griffin's breast, where turning toward us Beatrice remained. "And see to it that thou spare not thine eyes," they said, "before the emeralds we have set thee, whence love of old against thee drew his shafts. 1,000 wishes, hotter far than flames, bound mine eyes fast to those resplendent eyes, which on the griffin set their steady gaze. As in a glass the sun, not otherwise, the twofold animal was gleaming in them, at first in one, then in another way. Think, reader, if I wondered when I saw that it was keeping quiet in itself, while in its image it was changing form. While, glad and with amazement filled, my soul was tasting of the food which, while it sates, still causes thirst and hunger for itself, proving themselves to be of higher rank by reason of their deeds, the other three came dancing to their angel roundelay. "Turn thou," their song was, "turn thou, Beatrice, thy holy eyes upon thy faithful one, who hath to see thee ta'en so many steps. Kindly do us the favour to unveil thy mouth to him, that he may thus perceive the second loveliness which thou dost hide." O splendour of eternal living light, who 'neath Parnassus' shades e'er grew so pale, or from its cistern e'er so deeply drank, as not to feel bewildered in his mind, should he attempt to paint what thou didst seem, when symbolized by heaven's own harmonies, thou didst reveal thee in the open air. Purgatorio 32. Terrestrial paradise, vicissitudes and transformations of the cark, the harlot and the giant. So steadfast were mine eyes, and so intent on gratifying their decennial thirst, that all my other senses were asleep, and both on this side and on that, a wall of heedlessness they had. The holy smile so strongly drew them with the olden net, when forcibly my face was toward my left turned by those goddesses, for from their lips I now was hearing a too steadfastly. Thereat the state of vision which exists in eyes but newly smitten by the sun caused me to be a while deprived of sight. But when my eyes were to the small accustomed, I say the small, with reference to the great resplendence, whence perforce I turned away, I saw that on the right the glorious host had wheeled, and was returning with the sun, and with the sevenfold flame in front of it. As, to protect itself, a troop revolves beneath its shields, and wheeleth with its flag before the whole of it can change direction, even so the heavenly kingdom's soldiery who forward were had wholly passed us by before its pole had made the chariot turn. Back to the wheel the ladies then returned, and so the Griffon drew his blessed burden, that though he moved, no feather of him shook. The lady fair, who through the ford had drawn me, Statius and I were following the wheel, which made its orbit with the smaller arc. As thus we crossed the lofty wood, unpeopled, because of her who trusted to the serpent, a song angelic kept our steps in time. A liberated arrow in 3 flights, perhaps, as great a distance would have gone as we had moved, when Beatrice alighted. "Adam!" I then heard murmured by them all. They circled then around a tree, despoiled of flowers and other leaves on every branch. Its crowning boughs spread out in greater width, and higher up they are, would for their height be wondered at by Indians in their woods. Thou, Griffon, happy art, since with thy beak thou tearest not this pleasant tasting wood, because one's belly writhes in pain therewith. Thus round the sturdy tree the others cried, whereat the double-natured animal, "Thus is the seed of all just deeds preserved." Then, turning toward the pole which he had drawn, he dragged it forward to the widowed tree, and neath it left that part of it tied up. As our plants swell when falls the great light, mixed with that which shines behind the heavenly cup, and as each thereupon renews itself in its own colour, ere the sun yokes up his racing horses neath another star, even so a hue revealing, not as bright as that which roses have, and more than that of violets, that tree renewed itself, whose branches once had been so bare of leaves. I understood not, 'tis not sung on earth, the hymn which thereupon that people sang, nor did I bear to hear the whole song through. If I could picture how the unpitying eyes, on hearing Syrinx's story sleepy grew, the eyes to which much waking cost so dear, as doth an artist who from models paints, would I describe how I then fell asleep. But let whoever will feign sleeping well. Hence, to the point I pass, when I awoke, and say a splendour rent my slumber's veil, and then a call, "Arise, what doest thou?" As Peter, John, and James were led to see some of the early blossoms of the apple which makes the angels eager for its fruit, and causes endless marriage feasts in heaven, and overcome, recovered at the word whereby far greater slumbers had been broken, and even as they perceived their company diminished both by Moses and Elias, and all the raiment of their master changed, so I, recovering, near me standing saw that pitying lady who before had been the leader of my steps along the stream. "But where is Beatrice?" All lost in doubt, I said, when she, behold her sitting there, beneath the tree's new leaves upon its roots. Behold the company surrounding her, the rest on high behind the griffin go, with songs of sweeter sound and deeper theme. I know not if at greater length her words were poured, because now in mine eyes was she who hindered my attending to aught else. On the bare ground she sat, and all alone, left there to be the guardian of the car. I saw the biformed animal tie up. Circling, the 7 nymphs with their persons formed a hedge for her, those lights held in their hands, which safe from Auster are and Aquilo. "Here for a while shalt thou a woodman be, then without end with me a citizen of that Rome whereof Christ a Roman is. Hence, for the world's sake, which lives badly, keep thine eyes upon the car, and what thou seest be sure to write, when once on earth again." Thus Beatrice, and I, who now was wholly devoted at the feet of her commands, whither she wished, turned both my mind and eyes. Fire ne'er descended with so swift a motion out of dense clouds, when from the highest region the rain is falling, as I now beheld the bird of Jove swoop down upon the tree, and break not only its new budding leaves and blossoms, but its bark. With all his might he smote the chariot next, whereat it reeled, as in a storm a ship, when by the waves to starboard now, and now to larboard driven. And then a she-fox, which from all good food seemed fasting, I perceived, hurling herself against the bottom of the triumph car. But for her ugly sins upbraiding her, my lady put her to such speedy flight as was permitted by her fleshless bones. Thereafter, whence it first had come, I saw the eagle down into the chariot's ark descend, and leave it feathered with his plumes. And such a voice as from a suffering heart comes forth was that which came from heaven and said, "My little ship, how badly thou art laden." Between both wheels the earth seemed open then, and forth from it I saw a dragon come, who upward through the chariot thrust his tail, and like a wasp which draweth back its sting, withdrawing his bad tail, he drew away part of its floor, and, keen for more, went off. That which remained reclothed itself again, as rich soil doth with grasses, with the plumes offered perhaps with wise and kind intent. Then one wheel and the other and the pole were covered up so quickly that a mouth is open kept much longer by a sigh. When thus the holy structure was transformed, it put forth heads upon its members, 3 upon its pole, and at each corner 1. The first were horned like oxen, but the 4 had on their foreheads but a single horn. Never had such a monster yet been seen. Sitting thereon, as boldly as a fort is seated on a lofty mountain top, a shameless prostitute appeared before me, with eyebrows that were quick to wander round. and then to see that none should take her from him, I saw a giant standing at her side. At times they kissed each other there, but since she turned her greedy, fickle eyes on me, that cruel lover scourged her from her head unto her soles. Then, filled with jealousy and cruel in his wrath, loosing the monster, he dragged it through the wood so far away that with this last alone he shielded me against the harlot and unnatural beast. Purgatorio 33. Terrestrial Paradise. Beatrice's Prophecy. Dante's final purification in the river Unoe. O God, the heathen folk are come. Now 3, now 4, alternately, and shedding tears, the ladies of sweet psalmody began, and Beatrice, with sighs of sympathy, was listening to their words with such a look that Mary at the cross changed little more. But when the other maids had given way that she might speak, she rose upon her feet, and, coloured with the hue of fire, replied, A little while, and ye shall not behold me, and then again, beloved sisters mine, a little while, and me ye shall behold. All 7 she thereupon before her placed, and merely by a nod behind her moved me, and the lady and the sage who stayed. She thus was going on, nor do I think the 10th step had been set upon the ground, when with her eyes she forcibly met mine. Then with a tranquil face she said to me, More quickly come, that if I speak to thee, for listening to me thou mayst be well placed. As soon as I was with her, as I ought, she said to me, Why, brother, dost not venture to question me, now that thou comest with me? As unto those who show excessive reverence when speaking in the presence of their elders, and therefore draw no clear voice to their teeth, to me it happed that, with imperfect tones, Madonna, I began, my welfare's needs you know, and that which may be good for it. And she to me, and that which may be good for it. And she to me, and that which may be good for it. And she to me, from fear and bashfulness, I wish thee now to extricate thyself, that thou mayst speak no more like one who dreams. Know that the vessel which the serpent broke was and is not, but let whose fault it is believe God's vengeance fears not human sobs. Nor shall the eagle airless for all time remain, who left his feathers on the car, whence monstrous it became, and then a prey. For I see well, and therefore tell it, stars now near, and from all checks and obstacles secure, which for us shall a time obtain, within which a 510 and 5, sent forth by God, shall kill the female thief, and that great giant who with her is guilty. And my prediction, which is dark perhaps, as Themis and the Sphinx, persuades thee less, because, as theirs did, it beclouds thy mind. But facts will soon become the Naiades, which shall this difficult enigma solve, without the loss of either sheep or grain. Give heed, and even as uttered by myself, see that thou teach these words of mine to those that live the life which is a race toward death, and bear in mind, when thou art writing them, not to conceal in what state thou hast seen the tree which twice now hath been here despoiled. Whoever robs or teareth that apart, with blasphemy of deed offendeth God, who for his own use only made it holy. For biting it in pain and in desire, the first soul longed for him 5,000 years and more, who punished in himself the bite. Thy mind is sleeping, if it deemeth not that for a special cause it soars so high, and at its summit so inverted is. And if the vain thoughts which surround thy mind had not been else a water, and their pleasure as to the mulberry a pyramus, thou, by so many circumstances only, wouldst in the interdict upon the tree see morally God's justice. But since made of stone I see thee in thine understanding, and being petrified, so dark in mind that thou art blinded by my speech's light, I also, if not written, wish that painted, at least, thou bear it in thee, for the reason the pilgrim's staff is carried wreathed with palm. And I, as sealing wax, which changes not the shape imprinted on it by the seal, so likewise is my brain now stamped by you. But why so far above my mental sight are your desired words now flying up? It loses them the more it strives. That thou, she said, mayst thus appraise the school which thou hast followed, and perceive how able its teaching is to carry out my word, and also see that your ways are removed as far from the divine as ere the heaven which speeds most high is distant from the earth. Whence her I answered, I do not recall that I have e'er estranged myself from you, nor am I conscious of remorse therefore. And if thou canst not call it to thy mind, she answered with a smile, remember now that this same day thou hast of Lethe drunk, and if from smoke a fire may be inferred, this thy forgetfulness but clearly proves a fault in thy desire intent elsewhere. Truly, my word shall naked be henceforth, as much at least as it shall needful seem to make them clear to thine untutored sight. Both more refulgent and with slower steps, the sun was holding now the noonday circle, which with each point of view moves here and there, when, even as he who as a leader goes ahead of people stops if something new he find upon his path, the ladies 7 stopped at a death-pale shadow's edge, like that which neath green leaves and darkling boughs the Alps cast o'er their icy mountain streams. In front of them I seemed to see Euphrates and Tigris from one fountain issue forth, and from each other slowly part as friends. O light and glory of the human race! What stream is this which from one source unfolds, and then from its own self itself withdraws? In answer to this question I was told, pray that Matilda tell thee. Whereupon, like one who frees himself from blame, replied the lovely lady, this, with other things, hath he been told by me, and I am sure that Lethe's water hath not hid it from him. And Beatrice, perhaps a greater care, which oft deprives one's memory of its power, hath made the vision of his mind's eye dark. But Juno way, behold, which yonder now is flowing forth, conduct him to its bank, and as thou art wont, revive his lifeless power. Even as a noble soul makes no excuse, but to another's will its own conforms, as soon as e'er by outward signs disclosed, even so, when she had taken hold of me, the lovely lady moved, and then to Statius said with a lady's manner, come with him. If, reader, I had now more space for writing, I'd sing at least in part of that sweet drink which never would have satisfied my thirst, but inasmuch as filled are all the pages planned warp-like for this second canticle, No further doth art's bridle let me go. From that most holy water I returned, made young again, as new trees are in spring, when with new foliage they renew themselves, pure and disposed to rise up to the stars. End of Purgatorio.